course at that forest where it's so easy to get misdirected and is called the Lost Woods. You're playing the wrong game. NC Shappy Roxanne.
Okay, so testes, 1, 2. 1, 2, testes. Colon cleansing. I'm thinking about going down and getting near point to get my colon cleansed thoroughly. You want your colon cleansed? Fine, I'm gonna clean mine. Let's put these headphones on. God, I love this song. Alright, cool. Got our intermission music all set up here. Just play that there. Put this on here. And thank you, Don, for the 65 months. Ding for that. Already got this going. Hopefully it's still set as my display default, but if it's not, that should only take about 10 seconds
Holy
to set up.
40 months.
Holy piss, 40 months. 40 months Robin, 47 months Seesaw.
Long time in the bathroom, Tilda.
All the MacFest regulars dropping in to renew their subs. Much appreciated, you guys. Much appreciated indeed. Let's see, I gave this kind of a crazy name. Yeah, SMRPG. SMROOZY. Since I knew that would be easy to find when I needed to load it up. Current for 63 months. Like I said.
Evening, Tim.
Like I said, curiosity. So I'm pretty much using the same settings that Current used for our race. So I thought those were pretty good settings for a rando. I like those. I need to bring up my screen here though.
33 months on the toilet. Surprised my butt hasn't fallen asleep yet.
Yeah, that's me too, actually. Yo, Sephiroth swing by with the raid. Hell yeah. Might as well do it now while we're still setting up here. 39 months. Ding ding. Raid right off the bat. I mean, let's do it. Let's just, let's make sure we get the right one this time, though. Yeah, that's the right one. Ooh. I'm a little loud here.
Yes, you did.
Ever play Mega Man X Command Mission?
Nope. Why is he on the toilet?
I'm going to throw my shit at you.
What? Best of 702 for 35 months and Jump Me for 9 months. Thanks to the two of y'all. It's Phoenix926 for 32 months. Whoa. Good lord. I guess I shouldn't be too surprised seeing as how 1, 2, 3, 4. So I haven't streamed in a while, so you know how it goes. It's not gonna mess it up, is it? No, good. You can't play guitar like that. You get caught in the chords. Yeah, really, dude. Jeez. I'm trying to figure out why I can't move these. Oh, wait. Here. Okay, that's why. Oh, I'm putting everything in this folder here. I don't mean to do that. Well, if it's all the same, I guess I could just open the folder and do that. I'd like to have this outside of the folder, though. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let me try something here. Oh, those are supposed to be on top of it anyway. Okay, good. The dresser drawer closed. You can't play guitar like that. You get caught in the chords. Close that. What is this here? Jeez. I don't know what this folder is. Oh, that's that. Okay, yeah. Well, I guess I can just delete that then. Just getting some stuff. Removing some clutter here. Don't mind me. God, Dine just dropped in a 5 sub bomb. What are you doing, sweetie? You didn't have to do that, sweetie.
Dine gifted a tier 1 sub to unknown_slayer69.
Oh my god. Oh. Why is there not a...
Gunarm Dine gifted a tier 1 sub to Jaren_Jerdman.
It's not like a delete button for folders. Well, in that case, you probably just move it to the bottom.
Gunarm Dine gifted a tier 1 sub to Crazy346.
Oh, nice. Been hearing that all night.
Gunarm Dine gifted a tier 1 sub to Paladin 4,212,003.
Good lord. That's a big ass number. Okay, open that, close that.
Gunarm Dine gifted a tier 1 sub to DJ No Ones.
Can I put this over the folder, please? I mean, I guess I could just... Yeah, I guess that'll work.
Karunt gifted a tier 1 sub to Guma776.
Karunt, you too? Oh my god, Karunt has dropped a 5 bomb all up in here. You didn't have to do that, sweetie.
Karunt gifted a tier 1
what
sub
is
to
all
Hannah
these sweeties
Uchiha
tonight?
65.
What is with the odds tonight, man?
Karunt
okay.
gifted a tier 1 sub to Scroblin.
See, properties. Where's properties? What the heck?
Karunt gifted a tier 1 sub to Xenopersona 819.
There it is.
Karunt gifted a tier 1 sub to Katai 7.
Why can't I move this here?
NC Shappy Chocobo.
It's Chappy Chocobo. There, that should be good.
Sephiroth 1204 gifted a tier 1 sub to Deep Dragon.
Deep Dragon, yes.
Sephiroth1204 gifted a tier 1 sub to Zerknerk.
The NC Shappy Roxanne. Wait a minute, Dovey. Oh, no, no,
Sephiroth1204 gifted a tier 1 sub to Xanaful.
Blake W1995, thank you for the 58 months. And Dovey's dropped a 3-bomber over here. Sweetie.
Oh my. A hype
I'm gonna
train
have
straight
to.
out of the gate.
What is that?
An incredible sight. Also, the game window is covering up the alerts. Boom.
What the heck happened to Mallow here? Yeah, I had the game window in the wrong order here. Should be fixed now. Oh, wait, it's not. Because it's covering up alerts, isn't it? Yeah. Hey, but why is that here? Can I put this right here? Yeah, let me try that. That's what I was trying to do earlier anyway. There, that should help right there. Let's see if this doesn't, I guess that'll work. But now the true test is, does the controller work? Yes, it does. Yeah, sure, if you want to. Grant, I mean. Certainly wouldn't mind having a wingman on this. Yeah. We could kind of like co-op the seed or something if you wanted to. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll just jump over into Co-Commentary Studio, and if you want in, feel free to join me. If you change your mind, it's all the same to me. Yeah. Ooh, did I get a hype train emote? Cool. Did we finish the race? He finished, I didn't. I was close, though. I had, like, all but 1 star left to get. Johnny Sniffit Max Shadow, new game. Whoa, hi there, Just Incredible 83. That's... I don't know if I've seen that name before, but, thank you for the raid. Oh my gosh. Well, you know what we do when we get raids around here. We counter them.
Yes, you did.
What?
Virgil cunt, don't leave me alone with these two. We ain't found
The toilet.
Boom, 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 boom.
I'm going to throw my shit at you.
what?
Ooh, Just Incredible 83, thank you so much for the raid. What was I doing? Playing Super Mario RPG, that's right. Dunzo. Yeah, French laxative commercial. That cricket pie, hell yeah. the way to start. Okay, well, being that this is open world, I'm gonna go try a couple of different things here before I jump into the first area. One thing you can do is just go straight over here to Booster Hill and get an early boost to your FP. And since you can do this anytime you want, it's like, well, why not do it now? And fail. Well, that's pretty poopy. Jeez, that hit detection is so unforgiving. Dude, let me just have one, please. Golly, man. Why do I suck so much at this? Just one day I just need to sit down with this and play it like 1,000 times. Just get the timing right for the jumps and stuff. That's 4. I mean, 4 flowers is a kind of a big deal, you know, for this late or this early in the game. So, plus you can just jump right into Marymore and get whatever's there, which is probably, she might not want to do that. I can't remember if I like need a lot of money or something. Some of you just like walk in and just get them, you know. Other ones like the suite, you probably have to actually pay for it, but one day I just need to make a list of all of these and just make a beeline straight for them, so that way we can do the thing, you know. Let me see some here. Womp womp womp. That mallow looks like the marshmallow I accidentally got too close to the bonfire this weekend. Sounds about right. Alright, here we go. Oopsie daisy. I don't know how much of this I can do like right now, or how much I can do later. Man, it's Potion, thank you so much for the raid. Whoa. I've already played the countermeasures like twice in the last 10 minutes though. So I might have to put a limit on how often I can play that thing. Otherwise my entire stream's gonna be nothing but countermeasures at a certain point. Ah! Ah, 9, 10, but much appreciated though. You guys are way too kind.
All those beans. Good thing I can get some TP here.
Ashigaru, 65 months. That's probably enough right there. Yeah. Also, we got the shop sanity on, but we're gonna need to get some money first, though. Land End. Are there any here? I wonder. There's probably one or two, but. Nice, okay, mid-run from there. Mid-run from there, alright. I'm slurring all of my words every day while I excrete turds. A fan of Reciteer, huh? Is that the, Capitalism Ho game? I know about that. Super Mario RPG Rando, yes. It's great. It's like an open world thing. You start out and just go look around for items from question blocks and whatever you can find. Actually, I should check and see if I can equip that Super Slapper. Can, but it doesn't really do much for me though. It's better than nothing though. It's probably more I could get if I dove deeper, but then again, I don't know if there's anything I can get here. So there's the mines here, but just wait till I can get all the easy stuff first. You know how it is. Pipe vault.
It's a me, Mario.
Whoa, he scared the crap out of me. Hey, yo.
Hey, hello. Good evening.
You made it.
Yeah, sorry. Apparently, Discord didn't want to recognize my mic, so I had to restart it.
Yeah, that always happens to me a lot, too.
Yeah, sorry, I was mentioning in the stream chat a second ago, the weapon you picked up, yeah, it may not be that great, but it's good to have magic defense, especially early on when stuff can just flat out shellac you.
Totally true. Also, I turn into Peach now.
Oh, congratulations.
Wouldn't be too much out of character.
TTYD, I've had a little bit of practice because the main shtick in my channel is I wear hats that my viewers make me wear. And the first hat that I wore was a Mario hat for a charity stream 3 years ago? No, 5 years ago, something like that.
Man.
So I've had a little bit of practice.
Whack whack.
We should have a Mario impression off. I guess you're welcome to it. You'll probably win. With my hat, I used to actually have a Mario mustache that was really sticky and stick straight to you.
Oh.
Unfortunately, that is no longer in existence, so I can't completely look like Mario. But I have been tempted to cosplay Mario and Luigi at you know, at any cons I go to, maybe Magfest or something like that. But I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah. That'd be fun.
One thing I was thinking about doing is, I mean, because I guess the gist of a Mario costume is basically a Mario hat and overalls and a red shirt. I was tempted to be Mario one day, be Luigi the next, and be like Wario or Waluigi the third day or something like that. Oh my gosh,
that's awesome. Now the frog coin, yeah. Now, backtrack and do this again.
Also, apologies if I'm a little loud. I'm sitting here trying to see if I can turn myself down, and apparently I can't, so oops.
Well, I can do that if need be. I think last time I had you on here, I had you turned way up too, so.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, I had you like 188%. Yeah, maybe not.
Yeah, maybe not quite that much.
Yeah. Moldy Mush. Ooh, amulet. Let's check that out. Whoops.
Oh, now it's funny. I'm getting your voice comments about 3 to 5 seconds ahead of your broadcast. Ooh. So I'm sitting here like, oh, wait, what?
Oh, no.
Oh. Ooh. Check its resistances. See what it resists against.
That's
not too bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, for resistance to fire and ice and sleep and whatever that one is, I think it's poison. That's actually, I wouldn't be averse to it, at least early on, until you find a better one.
Yeah,
because it does drop your stats a little bit, but it also ups your speed, and those resistances will be worth it, honestly.
That's cool. See, I've already learned something, because I didn't know that's what some of that stuff meant.
Yeah, it's not easy to figure some of it out. I actually had to look it up myself so I could understand what the frick it was talking about.
Booyah. Ha.
But yeah, that is the fun part of COCOM. hearing things happen and then seeing them happen a few seconds later.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. What do you have as far as specials?
Oh, yeah, wow, that's gonna hurt.
Yeah. Oh, God, uh-oh. Defend! Oh,
Snap,
there's no
snap.
scarecrow resistance.
I can try to run away.
Well, yeah.
It's a bad idea. Should check my specials.
Yeah, running away is kind of tough.
Oh, yeah. Maybe.
Oh, yep.
Well, at least
the good news... Yeah, I mean, the good news is it'll take you back to your last save point. I think you keep your experience, though.
That's good. Yeah, I'm gonna go back to the beginning here and dust myself off.
Yeah. I hadn't had a chance to watch your side of our race, but what did you do to start out?
I kind of just went right into Mustard Way and started fighting stuff.
Okay, so we pretty much did the same thing then.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, that's how I like to start the randomizer, because what I've found, at least in my experience, is I like to go into the early areas first, because typically you'll get, whether you get Mario or another character, you'll usually be good enough, strong enough to at least go after the monsters in that first area, and if you can get a good drop or a good something in one of the treasure chests, then pretty much it's off to the races from there.
Hell yeah. Attack. Looks like I might be getting Bowser here.
Hello.
Bowsy! On the other hand, it's starting to learn to dodge here.
Yeah. I had one of the folks I know on... Oh, shoot. I think... let me see who it is. I think it is Sonny. Yeah, Sonny Wrath from the Final Fantasy Randomizer community. He speedruns Mario RPG Randomizer.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And so he sent me a seed that I admittedly haven't been brave enough to try yet. Man, you're getting all the moldy mushrooms.
Yep.
But I haven't been brave enough to try it yet, but essentially he told me that it was a seed that was... Basically, the way the stats rolled on his items, you had to learn how to block because you had garbage for defense.
Huh. Interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much your whole party became glass cannons, effectively.
Boom, boom.
Well, it may not be a good idea to ingest moldy mushrooms, but I think they can be used as items against enemies, if I remember correctly. Ugh. Oh, excuse me.
Royal syrup. Okay.
Heh.
I have Genoblast and HP Rain. Okay.
Okay, so you do have a form of healing. That's good.
Yeah, that is very good.
Which, I mean, I don't know how well that would have served you over in that pipeline where you got absolutely destroyed by some of that. Well, I mean, that's why I like to prioritize magic defense in regards to the stats that I choose on level up, because the way that I look at it is physical defense. Physicals can be blocked, and if you know how to block them well, you can block them perfectly and take no damage. But magic, you can't block.
Yeah.
So that's just how I see it, at least.
Makes sense.
Also, yeah. Also, that Knock Knock shell might actually be usable for Mario. Might be worth checking.
Bam. I kind of hope not, because I really like using the fists, but then again...
Yeah,
like
understandable.
Oh, I never did. Here we go. Huh.
Oh yeah, no more amulet. Yeah. Oops.
Oh man. Oh well.
Yeah, I mean it's all right. It should be okay at least early on, anyway. Nice dodge. Well, the first one anyway.
On the floor.
Yay!
Jump across here, fight the Hammer Bros or whatever.
Zeno, unfortunately, Tim got killed in the sewers. Not the first sewers, but the later ones. And that's where he had gotten the amulet, so he unfortunately lost it due to that wipe.
Yep.
Okay, fortunately this boss is, I think, mostly physical. Yeah, so you should be good fighting him, I think.
Yeah, we'll be good. Whoops. It is Shovel Knight. Oh my god. Wow, it's one-shotted.
Oh yeah, because I take HP, the HP of that encounter is split up amongst the hammers. So that definitely helps too, because I think that spot's 100 HP, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. Wasn't sure if that was like definite. Nope, and oh no. Oh well, that's fine. You just use your bare hands, Bowser. Well, I'm going without saving before I died. It wasn't too far. I could probably get in
Evening,
like
Dead Sack.
5 minutes, but Dead Sack, yo, how's it going?
Yeah, he didn't lose too much. He had just gone into, he had saved at the, I forget what it's called, I think Land's End, and then went into the pipes and got killed there.
Nope.
Oh well, everybody's still naked. I guess the only unfortunate thing about sort of being in co-coms like this is I have to mute the stream proper.
Yeah.
So I can't hear the music, darn it.
Oh man.
Also, I love that that Toadstool's talking with Grandma, and Toadstool is nowhere near the party right now. Also, hey Luigi, how's it going? I'm invading a Mario RPG stream again, so it's all my fault.
Yay. Whoosha. Also, I don't know who in here is like doing the whole stock market thing, but well, how about that AMC today? Jeez.
I had bought AMC a couple of times.
I heard about the stock market, so I came in.
It's a guy.
Hi. AMC's killing it.
Yeah, it's way up there.
I bought it, I think I bought it like $9, so I'm pretty happy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had bought it actually a couple of times in, I think, August and October or something, because I was like, oh, it was like $3 a share or something at that point. And I'm like, I think people are going to go back to the movies. People will like to, people are going to come back again, so it'll go up. And so when it first really started spiking, I hung on and hung on and hung on, and then, let's see, I think I saw it starting to drop, so I sold at 13, but my order didn't go through until the next morning, by which point it was 9. So I'm like, well, crap. And then I was waiting for it to go back down to buy back into it. I'm like, well, it's not going back down. So I decided, I think sometime last week I bought back into it a little bit. It was at 19 or something, and now it's at 25 or whatever.
It's 30, I think, right now, actually.
It's almost 40.
Good lord.
That was just today.
Yeah.
Jeez.
I'm excited.
That's probably go even higher, because that's not even the squeezer, apparently. Whatever that means. But
the short squeeze, right, where they buy up enough stock to like screw over people who are trying to short it. Yeah. I'm not overly familiar with all of this. I'm still pretty new at this, but all I know is that I have made $800 on AMC in the last month or so. So
nice.
Oh, you've been playing Jolf. That's great, Monk. Let me get the hang of it. Museum is just a bad course. It's fun. It's good, but it's hard. But yeah, how's everyone doing? Sorry, I kind of came in here, started talking about the stock market. I didn't even ask how everyone is.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah.
Oh no, you're chasing a dingaling through the woods.
Oh god, I didn't even see what it was. What was it?
It was literally dingaling from Mr. Tick or the clock dude.
That doesn't help me any, I'm afraid.
Countdown towards the end of the game. That's his name.
Okay.
Yeah, giant alarm clock boss.
Oh god. That's gonna be. That's gonna be not so fun without some magic defense.
I just assumed you would only have to fight the one bell.
Nope.
Oh.
No, you fight the whole kit and caboodle.
Yo, who was that? Vials readings for 6 months. Thank you so much, dude.
And how are you doing, Fly?
I'm good. I'm good. Allergy season is kicking my butt this year. That's okay. The
I'm
pollen
sorry.
just keeps raining down. Like I just rained, so I can't wish for actual rain right now. But like I want more rain.
Yeah.
I can't even like wash my car because I know if I wash it, it's gonna be covered in green the next day. Also, to whoever the stream boss is now, I recognize your Wario World profile picture, and I'm very proud of you. Yeah, how are you, Karan? And Tim?
Oh, well. I'll
No,
let him
no, you
answer
can-
first.
Whoever wants to.
I take it Tim's doing well.
Yeah.
I'm good. I had my cataract removal surgery on Thursday, and it's apparently not much of a surgery, really.
Yeah, it's pretty simple one. My grandmother had that when I was in 8th grade, and I was very worried, and I found out it was pretty fine.
Yeah.
Hmm.
It's just crazy because now I'm. Oh dear heavens, another raid.
Reckless.
Hi, Reckless.
Hi, Reckless.
What's up, my
Welcome
dude?
to everybody. Just jumped on co-coms with Tim, apparently.
Hell yeah. Let's go, metric butt.
But yeah,
Hashtag let's go
it's
metric
kind of
butt.
weird because I've had glasses since I was 12.
Mm-hmm.
So I've been so utterly used to it. And now everything outside that's more than about 3 feet away from me, I can read pretty much perfectly.
Wow, nice.
Hashtag let's go metric butt.
It's a 9!
Hi, Donnie.
How you guys doing?
Don, what's up?
We're
Wow.
doing good. How are you?
Perhaps if everybody jump in with Colcom, that's a good time to enter.
What are you, Dracula all of a sudden?
Blah, blah, blah.
No,
I can't do a Dracula.
That's just me stuttering.
No, nah.
What was I gonna say? Just to go back to the stock market for a second, did you guys hear that Nvidia is splitting its stock 4 ways? 4 for 1?
Yeah, sometimes they do that, yeah.
So the stock is like $600, so I don't know if it's too late to buy into it to get a good chunk, but
Yeah, I don't know. I think usually all that means is that it just splits the. I don't know. It splits them so that they're each worth 150.
yeah, I mean, my dad was telling me that some stock might split 10 ways, and he knows more about this than I do, and he
Yeah,
was telling me
VJack's gonna do that.
you should buy into that. Who is?
VJack, VGAC.
Oh, VJack. Okay, gotcha.
Yep.
Or VGAC. But yeah, that's something I want to look more into. Just I don't know.
I have
I
about
need
like 80 of
Dogecoin
those.
let me down a little bit, so I'm just like.
Man, who even knows what Dogecoin is doing? That's just
I've stopped checking it so regularly. If it spikes, it spikes.
who even knows if I'm your father?
Well, essentially what I did as far as investment goes is I started last August or so. Ironically, I started during chemotherapy. Go figure. Because Mom was down for my first treatment in late August, and we were just talking about. I don't know how we got on the topic of investing, but she'd mentioned that she had gotten. Robinhood, and this was before all the.
Oh, yeah.
A little earlier. So she's like, "Oh, I got Robinhood." I'm like, "Yeah, okay." So really, what I've done is, I've put in $100 whenever I can afford it. Not, I'm not gonna sit here and try and squeeze myself out of anything.
Yeah.
And I've been essentially looking at what I've done is looked at companies who have had reasonably big dips in price, and I'll look at their longer term projection.
Yeah.
Basically, how they're doing longer term. And so essentially, I try to kind of look at it and go, okay, so is this sort of just a temporary thing and they're going to recover from it, or is their stock just sucked for a while and get thee behind me, Satan? So with that, I've put in, I think I've put in $700 so far. and I've gotten about a 50% return on investment. So
That's good. That's really
I
good.
feel pretty good about that.
And that's better than a savings account will get you.
I mean, I have a savings account that everybody has one, but like lots of people have one, I guess. But it's nice to have that investment account where my money can do something for me.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's good to have the
Totally.
savings for a short-term emergency, but definitely put some spread out some investments. It's
I mean, most of my
these
money's in savings because it's just how I feel most comfortable. But
Yeah.
I'm trying to put more in. Like the $100 plan is kind of like a good. I'm kind of been doing the same thing, but I've been easing off of it a little bit, just to make sure that I have enough.
Steiner.
Say your
It's
prayers.
reckless.
What about Steiner?
You said he was very sus at the start of your stream earlier.
Oh, I know. Steiner is absolutely sus.
Steiner is very spish.
Ooh, boy.
Man, countdown this early in the game, that sounds miserable.
Since when does this
Are they
have such
scaled?
cool music?
I would
They
assume
are
the bosses
scaled.
are scaled. Okay.
They are scaled to their locations. Yes.
I have done seeds where they're not. The first time I did that, Kulix was on Mushroom Way, so I kind of ignored that place
Wow.
for 95% of the game.
God.
Oh my god.
Plonk. Yeah.
That's not good.
Thankfully, the only party member locked behind him was Mallow, so I didn't care.
The Secret of Mana Rando has a similar setting where the bosses can be shuffled and have their default stats.
I've never seen a Secret of Mana randomizer. That sounds awesome, actually.
Oh, it is fun. I've been running that lately.
Oh, man.
Co-op is possible on it too.
Oh.
Wow, that really sucks.
I'm loud. That is the first time someone has ever told me that in my life.
Here, hang
That's
on.
why
It's
SMR
probably
is a
me.
thing for a reason.
It's probably because I have.
No, I can turn
Yeah,
myself down.
I'm quiet. Well, that's normal.
Also, oh no, we lost all that progress. Lost all of Mushroom Way.
There we go. That's better.
How's
Yeah,
everybody doing tonight?
you tried to warn me about that too, and did I listen? No.
I can't complain, honestly. I'm doing pretty good. I was complaining about allergies earlier, but that's about it.
I suffer from pretty terrible allergies, but for the last 2 years, I've been absolutely fine, which is rare for me. I haven't even been bothered yet this year, knock on wood.
This is the worst allergy season I've had in years.
Ugh.
Oh my god.
That was
Oh,
awesome.
Lord.
Yeah, fair, right.
I like Mario's brown coloring there.
Yeah, he's very doo-doo-y.
What's up, everybody? I'm coming to eat your brains.
Ah.
He looks like he's a zombie plumber. That's literally what he is, like a zombie plumber.
Otherwise, though, I mean, I've been playing a lot of Hollow Knight again, so that's cool.
That is
I
cool.
have that
Did it-
game. I think somebody gifted it to me like a year or two ago, and I've yet to play it. I need to.
It's
I'm so
really
behind.
good. Really good.
Ditto.
I got a new personal best on my time today.
Nice.
Nice.
Ooh.
It's exciting.
So we can get whatever this is.
As far as what I've been playing, stream-wise, I've been doing Final Fantasy IX semi-blind. I've never finished it. And then in my own time, I've been playing Dragon Quest Builders. I just finished Chapter 2. Holy crap.
Oh. Yes,
Now,
so good.
man, I love Chapter 2.
So I screwed up bad. I used all available space I had, like, light-wise, to build the town up. So I couldn't do any kind of... I had to build a barrier to protect the town after the boss fight had started. Otherwise, it would get taken
Oh,
away because I used
jeez.
all the space I had. So it made it quite a pain in the ass. That Condor pissed me off.
That's definitely the most annoying boss fight. Still, arguably the best chapter in the game, story-wise, definitely.
Yeah.
It was really good. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, I've been doing a stream of version 26K of Final Fantasy IV Ultima. They have made so many changes in that it feels like a completely different game, while still retaining the core elements of Final Fantasy IV. Highly recommended. And I'm gonna do a practice session of my next main Let's Play next month, so I can start recording that.
Ooh.
Not
Oh, Monk,
officially
you've been
announced
doing Resident Evil 5 co-op? I've been doing that too with Funk. We've been doing it on Sundays before he streams. I've beaten it before years ago. It's not like my favorite Resident Evil, but it's it's a decent co-op game. It's far better in co-op. I played it solo. Don't ever play it solo. It's not fun solo.
I have been working on. I've been doing a bunch of kind of a string of retro games. Oh God. Well, the lazy shell's good for defense. Just sucks for attack. But I've been doing a bunch of retro games on what's now my Mondays and Wednesdays, and then I've been playing Starbound on Saturday and Sundays.
Ooh.
Ooh, nice. Yeah, I've been around for some of those Starbound streams. I love Starbound. Such a fun game.
Yeah,
I prefer it to Terraria. I'm weird like that.
It's been pretty enjoyable. I'm the only thing that's really frustrated me so far is the story quests require you to grab certain amounts of evidence from the different civilizations to be able to find their artifacts, and that can get a little tetchy at times. But
this isn't your first playthrough as a Karant. I never asked that when I was watching you the last time.
Oh, hello, Alto Card.
Well, that's vanilla.
Yeah, I have played it before, but I never. Let's see. I know I got a bit further in my own just private playthroughs, but I don't remember how far I got. Also, speaking of games I want to race at some point, Chrono Trigger. Definitely Chrono Trigger.
Ooh.
That sounds like a race.
That would be fun.
I've been wanting to re-race that again lately. No one's taking.
I've never raced an RPG, and Chrono Trigger would be a good one to do that.
That would be
Chrono
fun.
Trigger can be done in less than 5 hours. If you guys are interested, I will sponsor that.
I'm definitely up for
I'll do it.
Shogun Gundam races Breath of Fire 2 from time to time, and that's like a 12-hour race. No, thank you.
Oh God. Well, I was gonna say, we definitely need to chat about it in mod chat just to see about setting something up.
Yep, because that can be done one of these evenings. And Farron, there is a Chrono Trigger rando.
Yep, there's a couple actually.
The default linear one goes to the main game is Eternal Nightmare, and the open world one is Just a Time.
Yeah.
Ooh, open world Chrono Trigger? Are you kidding?
Yep.
Oh, geez.
Holy shit, I'm looking that up.
And it will be going up on my channel like next month.
Just in time.
Dude.
Jets of Time.
Jets of Time. Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Though Just in Time is more of a punny name for it.
Well, you guys heard it here first. That's going to be a thing for sure.
Whee!
So I'm going to try that out for myself.
It's
That sounds amazing. I haven't played Chrono Trigger in years. Holy crap.
It's Jets of Time is I've found kind of rough to actually get installed or to actually use. But it's pretty good. The only problem I have with it as a rando is, for whatever reason, my version has a bug in Ozzy's Castle where I can only get to a certain point on it, and then the game blacks out and stops.
Oh, yikes. Oh, 3.0 just released 8 hours ago for Jets of Time, so...
Really?
Wow.
Yep. Boss random. Oh my God! Boss randomizer mode. Oh no!
Good lord.
Yeah, they've been working on that for a while because the Guardian and Giga Gaia were basically locked to their rooms. I wonder if, well, they still may not be.
The one that I would be afraid of early game would be the gigantic Thunder T-Rex. That thing can be brutal.
Oh, Headcrane?
Not the I misspoke. No, the one that's weak to thunder that you find in the Jurassic Time with Zala.
Oh yeah, Nisbel.
Oh yeah, Black Tyranno.
Black Tyranno and West Tyranno can be.
Oh, and shout outs to Chrono Trigger the musical. Go check that on YouTube.
Balanced tech randomization added. Shop prices mode. Tab sanity mode.
Oh God. So, where are you
Chrono
finding
sanity mode. Okay, so this is like key sanity mode for the Zelda randos. And basically, it shuffles key items into chests, making seeds longer and way more unpredictable. Oh boy.
No.
Oh my
You know what?
My robot's
Downloading?
over
I don't
there.
care.
No.
Thank you, Pickletron, for the 170 bits. Oh my god, I love that one.
Hey!
Another really good one I've been doing lately is Soul Blazer Randomizer. If anyone else has played that.
Oh, holy crap! They have an. Oh, this is good. They have an
I've never
online
finished
generator
Soulblazer,
now.
but I did enjoy what I played.
It's a better sequel to ActRaiser than ActRaiser 2.
You said Soul
That's
Blazer?
part of the
like-
trilogy with Terra Enigma and Illusion of Gaia, right?
Yep.
That's what I thought.
And now Soul Blazer is the only one of those three that I have not played.
You gotta.
The only one I've finished is Terra Enigma, actually. I've not finished Illusion of Gaia either, though I have played pretty far into it. I enjoyed it. I thought Illusion of Gaia was great.
There's also an Illusion of Gaia randomizer. I haven't played that one yet, though.
I don't know that game well enough, to be honest.
Nor do I. Not to randomize it, certainly. One randomizer that I've been playing, well, I've been playing a few of them a lot, but one that I've played a good bit of that I think might be up people's alleys is Worlds Collide for FF6.
Yep.
I've heard that one's really good.
It is. I mean, just like a lot of the other Final Fantasy randomizers, they are, a good bit of moving parts, but it's a lot of fun. Kind of once you get the hang of it, it's really enjoyable.
And there's also FF5 Career Day.
Oh God,
That one
that's-
sounds awesome, and I want to try it at some point.
That's my white whale of randomizers right now. I have played several Career Day seeds, and I've yet to finish one.
Oh my gosh.
Nice.
Because I've gotten up to XDeath a couple of times, and I get ripped through time, and it's just like, oh crap.
Westvert, I can link you. I got you. Hold on.
Okay. And thanks, didn't have that one available. And of course, Final
I'll
Fantasy
DM ya.
Free Enterprise, but the main thing for that is finding out which Roma sprites you get for every scene.
And the music.
Oh, actually, I
forget
should
the
probably
music.
ask before. Is it okay that I send it through DM via Discord, Westvert? Is that cool with you?
So, okay, so there's
I assume
no...
it is. I just feel like I should ask. That's all.
Oh,
Excellent. And I'm sorry I missed out on the Banjo-Tooie stuff again. I was wiped out completely that day. Like, I went to bed so early. Early even for me. There you go, Sent.
okay, speaking of what I meant to do in the first place here.
C3R Phoenix Wright, he's been out for a while, and they added Emma Sky, so I'm hoping they add Edgeworth soon.
Nice.
They added Emma before Edgeworth? That's wild.
Yep. Yeah, even surprised
That's
him.
my
with
girl.
A couple weeks ago.
That case with Emma Sky and Ace Attorney 1 was so good. I
Yeah.
really enjoyed it.
It's very long. I think that's what I remember most about it. Is how
It's
long it is.
long,
And I
alright.
liked her cameo in another game that I played in the series without spoiling, but it involved Edgeworth. I really enjoyed that game too.
1.5 with Emma was long, but it didn't feel like it dragged. Sadly, the final case investigations dragged.
Okay, so the thing about like 1.5, I'm not gonna spoil anything, but like entire second trial day, I don't remember it, and I
Yeah,
just
that-
watched the LP. Like I literally do not remember it.
I don't remember it either, but it's been a couple years since I played it.
Yeah, see, it's been like 2 weeks.
There's a lot of like messing around with Angel Star and her serving you lunches.
I thought that was day one. I'm so confused.
Maybe it is. I don't know. It's Zorn XP.
I know there's
Most of day
3
one and
days.
part of day two.
31 months. Thank you so much, man.
Yeah, there's
Thank you,
actually
Zorn.
there's actually an achievement in the PS4 version where you get all of Angel Star's lunches.
Wow.
You ordered the squid
Oh,
wheels, right?
Meekins and Marshall, yeah.
Oh, no wonder I don't remember.
Edgeworth Investigations 2
Meekins.
is the next one on my
Oh,
list
I'm
to do.
so happy that Luca's on case 3 of that now.
Mhm.
I'll eventually get to that on stream.
I know, Tim, when you were playing Spirit of Justice, you said you were already feeling nostalgia for Investigations too, and I'm hoping that Luca's LP is giving you like that same like rush like it's given me.
Man, case 2 of that game goes on forever, though, doesn't it?
It does. It's so long. I don't remember it being that long.
People say Investigations 2 is amazing, and I'm kind of excited to get to it.
Yes, it
Better.
is.
It's better than
And of
one.
course, we're getting the Great Ace Attorney collection next month.
And I thought 1 was really good, so I really enjoyed the music in 1.
I'm very excited for Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. It'll be weird. It's gonna be weird to like have an Ace Attorney game to be blind on again after so long.
Yeah.
I guess I technically have. Someone's going to chime in like, you didn't play Phoenix Wright versus Professor Layton. I'll get to it.
Oh, I still need to play that. So you do.
I have never played a Phoenix Wright game. I have watched
Ron,
a
you
bunch
would love
of
them.
I
You would
think you
absolutely
would
love them.
Here's the. I would have to play something that I haven't watched because I'm the sort of person that if I watch something like that, I can't go back and play it
Oh no,
because
that's understandable.
Yeah.
I get that.
I'm kind of the same way. I watched Tim's LP of like Tim and Super Genius's LP of the first game, and I could never play that game myself. I would rather just watch an LP to re-experience it, if that makes sense. The longest is absolutely Rise from the Ashes. General Luigi.
Yeah, without a doubt.
That's absolutely
Yeah.
Rise from the Ashes.
Oh yeah.
Can't play guitar like that. You can count the chords. Jeez.
Oh wow, that double alert there.
That double alert, yes. I really,
I love
really
it.
need to do something about that.
I probably have 2 browser sources opened up in there by accident. I've had that happen before.
That might be all
Actually,
it
it's
is.
kinda cool, though.
Great Ace Attorney, even to people
Oh, yeah,
who haven't
Great-
played
Kinda cool,
any
though.
other AA games.
Great
BC,
Ace
it's
Attorney is completely
to
unrelated
the rest
as
and
far as I
also
know.
my favorite
So
loan.
that'd be a good first one for anybody who wants to play the games,
Super thinking about
but
10
has,
months.
you know, has seen a lot of the other ones.
Okay, Dine, I'm in the process of publishing the video from our race, unlisted on YouTube. I'll
Alright.
shoot you the link whenever I get it.
Yep, and I can edit that together as early as tomorrow.
I mean, no rush, just but I appreciate it.
No, it doesn't take long. It's usually just syncing up the videos and splitting them into parts. It really doesn't take long after the initial setup.
Yeah.
Thinking more along Rise from the Ashes definitely up there, but so are 3 and 6 is one of those cases. Yeah, I feel like Rise from the Ashes is longer than 3's final case, even in terms of content. Although maybe not, considering I don't remember an entire day of case Rise from the Ashes. The longest single trial day I think, as far as I remember, goes to Spirit of Justice. Those are
And
long.
Even if you don't like Professor Layton versus Phoenix Wright, at least the very first case has some awesome remixes of the first game's music.
Why am I saying I didn't play it. I believe you. I don't even think 4-4 is that long, honestly.
Oh man, you
4-4
got
was
the hero
fun.
shirt. Too bad Mario probably can't equip that. Speaking of funny equips, I've done 2 of these seeds so far this week. So this is my favorite rando next to Zooter. And the only thing memorable about the first seed I did, which was actually pretty terrible, was that Bowser had all the healing skills and he could equip Peach's dresses. That was it.
Well, there you go.
Oh, no, Paul.
You had to get ready for the Super Crown.
So yeah, I was gonna say my seed created Bowsette. That's basically what it did.
Napoleon, yeah, that's just the life. That's just the experience of eating pizza, like, you know.
Oh, and one of the most annoying parts of that seed was the Valentina fight had a star, which was Bowyer in that seed because randomized bosses.
Ugh.
But it's locked behind Castle Key 2, and Castle Key 2 was in Bowser's Castle in one of the action trials in that room with all the lava and the spinning platforms. So I had to search the entire room to
Good
find that
Lord.
stupid thing.
Wow. What a pain in the
Yeah,
ass.
I haven't thought about Bowsette. How long has that been? 2 years?
Yep.
Gee, damn. Like, I remember Bowsette, but I'll be honest, Bowsette's one thing, but Bouette, now that was great. That was
What
fantastic.
the heck is Bouette? I don't.
Boo wearing a super crown, the super crown thing.
I've never seen that, but wouldn't Boo with boobs just be what's her face from Thousand Year Door?
No, don't worry. It
Yeah.
was way better than that.
Oh, looks like we gotta
Really?
educate you.
Ooh.
I can't even remember her name, so I don't ever use her as a party member. But
Who's that?
Flurry?
Lady Bo.
Lady
Bo.
Bo, yeah,
No,
yeah,
no, no.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
No,
not Lady Bo. I like Lady
Flurry?
Bo. I use her a lot. No, the one from Thousand Year Door. Flurry, thank you.
Oh, Flurry, yep.
Speaking of Luca, her reaction to Flurry in that LP was the funniest thing ever.
legendary. Absolutely
Yes.
legendary.
To be fair, I knew it was going to be big before it happened because, of course.
I think it took me probably most of a year to even find out what the heck Bowsette even was.
Great thing about this is I can go watch her reaction right now.
Toilet. The toilet.
Oh my
the
gosh.
toilet.
Uh-oh.
Doing it live.
Wariette, oh god.
This is when you sit on a porcelain throne,
Oh, that's what
muscle
you mean, that's
kink in the
nice.
hose and stops the Ben and Jerry's from sliding out smoothly. Is that a
That's a
problem?
clip.
I don't know. I heard it was a
Sorry,
problem.
here.
This is my eye level right here.
What the hell?
Oh no! Oh, I do want to talk to Mondo. and
That feels
can
like.
we please hurry up and
I've
check the
never seen
fucking
that one.
bathroom because I'm
Okay.
I'm about to be sick.
That one I've seen.
Oh, yeah, I'll tell
Hey,
you this
girl,
pretty
can I do a
recently,
body
so.
check on you though? What the fuck is that? Is that okay with you, Shuichi? Can we please check the bathroom?
Stop. It looks like a fucking potato.
It's in
It
here
looks like a
somewhere.
hanging
It's part-
piece
it's
of
part
moldy
15
ass
of her LP,
pizza.
I think,
Damn,
if you
boy, that
s-
ass though.
But because we clearly need
Ah,
to check the
Kibo.
bathroom.
I was like Kibo.
Oh damn, that ass though.
Fuck
Did you
me.
swap
Yes,
or
you
some
did.
shit?
Yes, you did!
Can we check the bathroom, please? Maki's gone.
Did I take it out?
Maki
Tell me I
turned her
didn't
back
take
to me
it
and
out.
left. Maki, you need to at least stay and let me check the.
There it is.
Surprised that's not one of your bit alerts, honestly.
I feel another gift coming on. Damn, though, that ass.
Can we please check?
What the hell do you know about relationships? You don't
Okay,
even have-
why am I playing that? It's not that she's rated now or anything, but
It's
Well,
kind
you
of
didn't-
funny though.
Because it's
Also,
awesome.
it's kind of funny though. Also, that you have a clip from Metopia, and now Metopia is back, and
yeah.
everybody seems to be streaming it.
Man, I never played that back in the day, but people kept telling me it was good. It's tempting to get the Switch one.
It's
That
fun.
meme maker is the most like impressive thing I've seen in a long time. I
The
was
thing is, I'm
I'll tell ya.
torn because July's going to be a busy month for Switch games for me. I've got 3 on my list. Want to get Mario Golf, Legend of Mana, and
I regret this.
Skyward Sword. I want to
I-
give Skyward Sword a second chance.
the only game I have on my radar is sorry, don't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
I want to give Skyward Sword a second chance. I didn't really care for it too much back on the Wii. Mostly not
Yeah.
because of the story, but because I'm not the biggest fan of motion controls.
I appreciate.
I want to
the
give it
faith.
an actual chance and play it, because it looked like it was fun. Like, I liked the dungeons. I thought the dungeons were cool. Like the sand ship. The sand ship was awesome.
Oh, that whole segment with the sand sea thing, that's really cool. I'm in the same boat. I liked the dungeons and stuff. I just could not get into the controls. And having the sword be on the right stick seems like it'll be a good compromise.
Oh, absolutely.
And stepping back to Bouette, I posted a picture of her in the art channel.
Oh, I thought I sent
boy.
Reckless a DM.
Okay.
Crap. Oh, that's not good.
Uh-oh.
Let's try it.
Yeah, the only thing I have really going in July is the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. I
See,
pre-ordered that
Westford.
on Steam.
Have a good
But I-
night, Westford.
Good night, Westerford. I think I might actually. I've been reading a lot of articles about this rumored Switch Pro. I might put in a pre-order for that if it turns out to be real.
Yeah, it's supposed to be coming out in fall or something, like September.
Because like I don't have a Switch of my own. I have my brother's that I use sometimes. It'd be great to have my own, especially when I move. I actually have to go to school in the fall, so you know.
I might, it's tempting. If it is real, it's tempting to get one. If I have the money at the time. I'm trying to... I have,
Here we go.
I have my savings account, which is basically my spending money, but I'm trying not to touch it at all, because I've been saving up for a new computer. So I want to rebuild my computer. And I've got my threshold, I just can't get any graphics cards because bit miners. So
They
Bitcoin miners.
just announced
Yeah.
a new one, I think, but it's expensive. Well, it's not just bit miners. There's a silicon chip shortage,
That too.
and I think that's the bigger reason.
Okay, that's a lot more humanoid than I expected a Buette to be.
Yeah, no, the whole point of the Super Crown thing was that it turned like a not human thing into a human woman.
Yep, and there's some for Chain Shot, Piranha Plant, Bloopers, Cheap Sheet. Pretty much every Mario enemy at this point has a.
I think I just.
Oh my god. Okay, I
just-
want to see the Piranha Plant one. That sounds hilarious.
See, I dig the color scheme for Buette. I
Because
dig
for
the
some
color scheme for
reason,
Buette.
for some reason, I'm just thinking about PD Piranha with the Super Crown.
Okay.
That's why.
That'll do
If
it.
that's not a thing, somebody make fan art of PD Piranha with a Super Crown.
Well, I mean, I'm sure it's a thing. I'm sure they've done every Mario character imaginable, and probably some not Mario characters.
Yep.
That's right, Fishy.
He tried.
Wow.
Fishy, fishy.
Alright, posting the Princess Piranha Plant or Piranha Plant bits into art. There you go.
Oh no. What have I
Oh,
wrought?
boy.
Let's take a look.
Well, now I need to see.
Oh my god.
Hold on. That's fantastic.
There's a
There's
few
nothing
different
wrong with this. There is nothing
good.
wrong with this. This is perfection. Petra Piranha. Thanks, Funk.
Beautiful.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Gosh.
Ba-ba-bum-bum-bum-ba-doo-doo.
Maybe I should get back to playing Thousand Year Door. I was doing some practice for I want to do for the first time double pane 10 HP Thousand Year Door.
That would be
But
fun.
I want to
I
practice it
really enjoyed your
before I do anything. Pre-hook
Pinot
tail
100
was fun.
Trials runs you were doing. Those were so fun to watch.
Those are fun. I actually have the save file prepped in case I ever want to do it again on a whim.
I really enjoyed getting to Kokam in a couple of those, actually. It was
Mm-hmm.
fun, like, generating strategies between the two of us, trying to figure things out.
It was awesome actually getting a recording, because I streamed it recently-ish, and it was nice getting a recording of it that didn't, like, tank in frames towards the end. So, you know.
Are you talking about my recording when I recorded us?
No, you recorded it, but then I did it again a few months later.
Oh, and it tanked. Okay.
No, it tanked another time.
I
But,
went the wrong way.
Oh no.
Oh.
I did it again a few months ago. I just streamed the whole thing and like on Twitch, and I managed to get a pretty good recording of it. It was actually probably the best run I had. But it was preceded by, I think the day before, it was preceded by me getting annihilated by 5 elite wizards because one had a stopwatch and I couldn't get rid of
Oh,
Oh, man.
no.
it. But I do have the clip of that on Twitter somewhere. I was doing so good
Poison.
at that point. Just imagine like you're doing so well, then floor 91 comes in and bodies you.
Oof. Ouch.
So funny. Can't even be mad. It was just too funny. Oh, there's two peaches.
Yeah, because Bowser has the frying pan.
Yep.
Oops, I didn't mean to do that, but okay.
Speaking of things recorded, I wish that Gamera and I recorded that. We raced like 3 or 4 Super Mario RPG randomizer seeds in 1 week. And during one of them, I can't remember what it was, but there was something stupid that one of us said that neither one of us could stop laughing at, and I wish I recorded that, because it was really funny.
Ooh.
Oh, you didn't do it on stream?
No, we just did it in Discord.
Oh, shucks.
I wish Gamera and I's schedules weren't so opposite of each other, because we do enjoy hanging out and doing dumb stuff like that. I mentioned it to him. He popped into my stream like a couple weeks ago, and I mentioned it to him. I was like, "Man, I wish our schedules weren't so dissimilar, because I'd love to do some more rando seeds with you." And he's like, "Oh, by all means, let me catch COVID at home for a week." It's like, shut up.
Yeah, it's the main, I guess, regret that I have with my stream schedule as it is, because I've had to structure mine so carefully around all my work schedules that
Same.
Yeah.
I don't stream when anybody else streams. I stream in early afternoon, and I look around, I'm like, but there's nobody that we can raid.
Yeah, at least you go live more than once a week.
I mean, I tend to go into the evening. Like I've got I've got a schedule hammered down to where I can go in the evening now and actually like raid people and stuff. But I feel that, because for a while I could only stream like around the same time you did.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, I enjoy watching your streams on lunch breaks when I get the chance.
Yeah, I'm glad that somebody enjoys them. It's
I've been known to put your streams on podcast mode.
Oh boy.
Which basically means I have my earbuds in and I just listen to you while I'm working if I have the chance to listen to stuff.
Having the audio-only option on a phone is a lifesaver sometimes. It's so nice.
That's pretty nice. I didn't know that existed.
I didn't either, actually.
Yeah, it's it's mobile only. Yeah.
Yeah, I usually stream early mid-afternoon because I'm a morning person and fall asleep by the time everyone else is going.
Yeah.
Well, I start work at 5 o'clock in the morning.
I am not a morning person in the slightest, so...
I blame it just on the fact that I've been grading since I was 15, but I'm really getting to be an old fart now, so...
Yeah.
You're not the only one, Karant. Not that far behind you.
Well, yeah, I'm gonna be going over the hill this year, so... Yay!
Cheers at 40. I'll only be 35.
Yeah.
I'll be 39. I got more gray in my beard than head hair, though.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm fortunate I'm a blonde, so it'll be a while before I start getting gray hair.
Well, I feel like a child.
Yeah, you young pup, don't you say anything.
I'm goo goo gaga.
I've been. There you go.
Me? Goo gaga.
I've been graying since I was in my mid-teens, so it's I mean, pretty much everything's gray now. So I'm just like, whatever.
Did you have dark hair? Because I know sometimes people with like jet black hair will go gray much sooner.
No, don't say that.
Well, that's right up Twi's alley. No, I'm more kind of dark brown hair, I think.
Okay.
I think it runs in my family because my dad is late 50s, and he's been gray for a while, so.
DedSec, I know I may not seem to be keen on the memes, but I kind of am, so yes, I know Gongaga.
Same with mine, although I'm the youngest, I don't remember my dad having anything other than white hair.
Yeah. I know Gongaga. It's a village in FF7.
It's where Zach Fair's from.
Yeah.
Yep. I doubt that's what y'all are actually referring to.
No,
but...
no, we are.
Okay.
There's a clip in FF7 Remake where all the guy says is me Gongaga, and it became like a meme because it sounded like he was saying Goo Gaga, like he's a baby.
Oh yeah. Go. Whoops. Tim, if you want to make progress, go back and where that rat is standing, on the ledge on the right. Then kind of maneuver around him and hit the pipe that goes down back behind him, and that should get you some progress.
Oh, you mean like to the right from here?
Yeah.
Oh, yep, I know what he's talking about.
Oh, yeah, I always get this messed up, dude.
Because of Mario's color scheme, when you turn to the right, it looks like he has a gigantic freaking ear.
This frying pan has been helping out a great
Speaking
deal.
of Crisis Core, there's also a scene in Crisis Core where Cloud and Zack are just making fun of the name Gongaga. I can't even say it, Gongaga, over and over.
Yeah, I'm a country boy too.
Gongaga, Gongaga, Gongaga.
Ah, there we go. Yeah,
Hey.
I always mess up in here.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, it's not exactly the easiest place in the game to navigate. You just left the dungeon.
Sure did.
Ruh-roh.
Ruh-roh.
Whoops. Oh yeah, let me get you. I got you, Monk.
Well, how hard did he remember that? Just go back.
Man, if I wasn't so slow at typing, I would have gotten.
Same. Dine blazed past me.
I was gonna say, one of these days I'll get to do it, darn it!
Gosh, it's like when when a bot shows up and you're the first one and you're the one who bans it and you feel so proud of yourself.
I'm a real mod!
I got to do this. I whacked that mole, and no one can take that from me.
I'm gonna feel really bad for saying this, but you're mod grandpa.
Who?
Mod grandpa.
Grant, of course.
Me?
Again, I said I hate myself for making the joke.
Oh.
That's okay. I tell you what, I'm very old. I walk uphill both ways in the snow to school.
Both ways?
That's right.
I went to school in an Escher painting, darn it.
Walk uphill both ways.
Oh,
I know what that's supposed to mean, but like...
Escher painting, that was good. It was real good.
Forgot to mention, there is a retranslation patch out for SMRPG that fixes the enemy names to the classic Mario games. Character names, but from what a couple of reviews are saying is that the translation is more stiff. So it's dumbing down.
There's a post on there, the guy kind of regretted posting it. I don't think it's bad. It's like I looked into it. But I think it just needs some help and it could actually be kind of fun. Like I felt bad for the guy. He hasn't answered me yet, but I DM'd him saying that I would absolutely be down to help him because there's over 5,000 lines of text and enemy names to go through to do that. So
it's a lot of work. And yeah, Ted Woolsey mentioned more than once that FF6 and Secret of Mana nearly killed him. especially Secret of Mana.
Now I love the Secret of Mana relocalization thing because it adds back like all that cut dialogue from the original.
Yep.
There's so much cut dialogue from the original.
Yeah, it was space limitations that really hurt him. But with the expansion, yeah, they just increased the size of the ROM, and there you go. That's what they did with the Trials of Mana on the collection. They had to increase the size of the ROM to fit the English text.
I played through the remake like 2 months ago, finally, and I really liked it. I wasn't sure how I was going to feel about it because I wasn't too keen on the demo, but it was good. I really enjoyed it. I did all 3 stories.
Yeah, it is just a game that's fun. It's a silly story. The characters are who they are, but the gameplay is just so much fun. So many customization options. Yeah,
Absolutely.
I did an all-girls team with Reese as the main character, and there's actually a lot of extra dialogue if you do an all-girl or all-guys team.
I didn't do those 2 because I wanted to move on to some other games after I did my 3rd story run, but I'll probably go back and do those at some point because I definitely want to do that.
Yep, I recorded that for my channel too, but it won't start going up for like 2 more months.
I had Duran in all 3 parties, which is something I didn't do in the original, but he's just that good in the remake, so...
Oh yeah. Yeah, both Duran and
they made him less arrogant in the remake, which kind of threw me off. He's a bit arrogant in the original.
Yep. Of course,
he's a bit more arrogant and hot-headed in the original. He's a bit more level-headed in the remake.
Yep. I don't know if the SNES version official translation uses the same text as the remake or no, if he maintains the same attitude or not. Yeah, both Duran or Kevin and Angela, they'll wreck everything.
I think I had the most fun with my first party, which was Hawkeye, Reese, and Duran. Oh god, that party was so much fun.
Dude,
Hawkeye's always
annihilated Punchinello.
Hawkeye will always be my favorite.
With Dark Hawkeye.
Hawkeye and Reese in general are my 2 favorites, so any party with them is going to be fun for me. But yeah, Hawkeye going dark and having all those debuffs is so fun.
Yep, though Light Hawkeye is arguably better in the remake, but that's personal preference. That's another thing about the remake. You really can't go wrong with any class path. In the original, if you chose the wrong class, you had to rely on the Vizier market to keep you alive.
I mean, with Kevin, there's really only one choice, and that's go dark and just pound everything into dust.
Yeah, man.
Whoa!
Hello,
Wow! More raids.
Yo, Secret Agent Jacob, what's up? I just followed him. Or you?
Secret Agent Jacob. No, that's out of the way.
Dinos. What were you
Dinos.
playing?
Dino Snow.
5th raid tonight. Yeah, we've only been going like an hour and a half. It's
Holy
amazing.
crap.
Yeah, it's been a while since we played him. I'll play him.
Yeah.
Let's do it. Besides, I need to pee anyway, so I'll be right back.
You're doing the original Tomb Raider? I love that game. The original Tomb Raider trilogy is really good.
Nice.
The 4th one is still okay. The 5th one is not great.
Yes, you did.
It's dookie. Speaking of, I'm going to be doing at some point in the future a kind of a Tomb Raider retrospective. I'm going to be playing through the original PS1 ones minus the bad one. And I'm going to be ending with, the last one I do is going to be Anniversary. So I'm going to be starting with the first one and ending with the first one, basically. I didn't own the original Tomb Raider as a kid, but I kind of sort of grew up with it. I had friends that had it, and I used to play it over there and watch them play it. It was a good time. A lot of people don't like Anniversary. I like it, though it does have some issues, which I'll be griping about when I eventually get to play it. It'll become very apparent. I did a little test stream of it, and I got stuck on a descending path that was kind of like a staircase going down. I got mauled by a bear because I couldn't move, so I had a bit of an issue.
Casually talk about getting mauled by a bear. Love it.
I was gonna say I'm kind of glad Tim went on that break. I'd forgotten to take my eye drops, so I needed to do that. Whoopsie.
Good call.
Casually mauled by a bear. That shouldn't be funny, but it is. Welcome back, Tim.
Yeah, thanks. And thanks
One
to
of the best raid
Jacob.
messages crossed the line twice.
Where's the game at?
Secret Agent
There it
Jacob,
is.
thanks again for the raid.
Oh yeah, dude. And thanks for the sub as well for 4 months. Master.
Woohoo!
And welcome to everybody from the raid. We have basically done a mod takeover of Tim's
yeah.
Mario RPG run.
It's awesome.
So
Awesome block.
I guess I'll introduce maybe we should introduce ourselves for folks who just came in. I'm
Sure,
It has
Chris.
been a while,
let's do
so.
that.
Yeah, I'm the newest mod, so I'm still getting used to the situation and trying out the drapes and all that stuff.
I'm Twilight18432. Most people call me Twi. I either have a lot to say or nothing at all. It depends.
Twi's your guy. That's all you gotta know.
I'm Dine. You can call me Dine. I was suddenly modded last year. That came as a shock, but I do stupid voices and I'm usually quiet though.
Hello, the geeky red mage.
The geeky
And I
red
am Reckless
mage.
Link.
What's up, dude?
I am Reckless Link. I've been around since the beginning. I don't even know what to say about myself anymore.
That's why I
Usually I'm quick with the joke. I'm very silly.
You
Or
find
lie to
Steiner to be
yourself.
sus.
Exactly. Steiner is sus. And he gets on my nerves.
Oh no, the Forky got you. Or is that a Jawful? I think that's Jawful.
Yeah, I guess so.
I think that's Joffle.
Yeah.
The
Although I'm
Forkies
told
are in
Steiner gets
Raptor.
less annoying later on in the game, so good.
Comes to the Forkies, you gotta get with the program.
Oh.
Since we were
Boo.
I'm also a punster. Call me Pun Arm Dine if you do like it.
since we were talking about Ace Attorney earlier, thoughts on AI, the Somnium Files. I have not played it.
Oh,
Xenophobia.
I've not played it either, but I've heard it's really good. I've considered doing that as a stream project at some point, but I've got so much on my plate right now.
It's basically the spiritual successor to the Zero Escape games without the escape mechanics, but just as enticing in terms of the mystery and just as hilarious with all the characters. Mizuki quickly became a favorite.
Is that the one that's unfinished or ended on a cliffhanger that never got resolved or something like that. I know there's a visual novel game that's people love that's like that, but I can't remember if it's that one or not. I actually don't know.
No, it's not. AI Somnium Files has a clear true ending.
Okay, good. I don't know which one I'm thinking about. I'll have to look it up.
Good evening, Shaitenda, Geeky Red Mage. Mario
Ate a bad
is...
mushroom.
Yeah, exactly.
Mario just crawled out of the damn sewer, literally.
Mario is a zombie and wants to eat your brain! Oh, that was the Dracula one right there.
Yeah, that was very Drac.
Even though the Dracula voice sounds more like these.
Fall guys.
Yeah, Zombie Mario definitely comes out as Dracula.
Also, Karan, I completely cut you off. I'm sorry. What were you going to say about Mario's green skin?
No, I was just going to explain for folks who aren't familiar with the randomizer. One of the things that gets randomized is the palettes. And so, yeah, Mario is weird blue or weird brown green. Bowser's pretty much normal. Malo...
Bowser looks like he's got a Zorro mask on.
He does.
Yeah, a bit.
He kind of looks like, what do you call him in Superstar Saga? I think it's just Lackey or Assistant or something. That's what he looks like. Has the blue cowl on.
Oh, yeah.
Superstar Saga.
Enjoy your dinner, Secret Agent Jacob.
Although, speaking of
I
visual
hope
novels...
it's delicious.
Speaking of visual novels, I just finished a trilogy, which is a combination of visual novel and strategy RPG. May well be the best visual novel series I've ever read.
Really?
Yep.
What is it?
Utaware Rumono.
Ooh. I don't know that one. I've never heard of it.
It basically translates to Legend Song. The main character wakes up without a memory. He's got a strange mask affixed to his face. And that's the first game, which we got the remake of last year. We got the second game in 2016 and the third game after that. But yeah, either play them in order of 1, 2, 3 or 2, 1, 3 to get the full story. But yeah, the third one just blew me away once everything came together.
Is it something you've streamed or put on YouTube, Dying? So I wouldn't mind watching that.
I will be streaming second playthroughs of it later on. It is that good.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Excellent.
Speaking of remakes that I've been wanting to play and pick up, Saga Frontier.
Read about that.
Yeah, I saw that. That's one of those PS1 RPGs that I missed in my youth, and I've always been curious about it.
I've played through... The thing with the Saga Frontier is it's 7 different stories, and the quality is variable. Some of them are really good stories, and then one character is basically... You play through his story for about an hour, and then if you talk to the wrong NPC and say the wrong thing, you're in the final dungeon.
Oh my god.
Uh-huh.
That's crazy. I love that.
And you get, needless to say, you get bodied by said dungeon.
Oof.
The thing with the Saga Frontier is you don't level up in a traditional sense with specific levels. At the end of each battle, depending on, honestly, things that I don't really know the mechanics of, you get upgrades to statistics. But if I remember correctly, Saga Frontier is like, well, a fair number of other games that were made kind of back in that day. Your enemies level up with you. Which makes things interesting at times. I don't remember if that's precisely the case, but it's fairly like that, yes.
Monkey found the name before I did. Yeah, a friend of mine said that was really good.
I need to figure out what game to play next. Just on my own time, I think I might do Hades or something.
It's very addictive.
I've heard.
Yeah, I think I first played Hades as one of the games on basically the bonus day of my charity streams last November, and yeah, I then ended up putting. Ooh, I'll have to check Steam and see how much time I've put into it. It's a fair bit. Let's see. Oh, doggone it. I'm still getting used to having to use readers to, well, read things.
Asha and Monster World. Is that like same series, boy or whatever?
Latest Monster Boy, Wonder Boy, whatever you want to call it.
Oh shoot!
Okay.
I haven't played a game. I haven't played like a game on my own time. New game since Bug Fables. That was like 2 months ago.
Yeah, gonna start Asha and Monster World after I finish this visual novel I've been reading this past week.
By the way,
Okay.
chat, if you're a Bug Fables fan, you have taste, and I appreciate you. Even if you don't have taste, I still appreciate you, but, you know, it's fine.
Okay, I
Oh,
have.
Corpse Party. I love Corpse Party. Corpse Party was great. It's an acquired taste, I will admit.
That on Vita, I haven't read it yet.
Have you ever seen the OVA that they did? Oh my god.
Okay, so I've put 117 hours into Hades in the space of about 6 weeks.
Man.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I played
Nice.
it a little,
Maybe I should.
and I ended up.
Oh,
I think I got 8 victories on normal, and then I just decided, yeah, I'm good with this. I'm gonna take it easy now, and so I turned it to easy mode, and then it took me about a week and a half to actually win. Go
what the
figure.
hell? What the
Oh
hell?
yeah,
Oh my god.
yeah, yeah. That magic attack is awful.
Mm-hmm.
And Darkstar does a ton of damage too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's the thing about this game, Napoleon. I feel like the last segment of this game feels like a fever dream. Recover. Oh, that sucks.
I mean, the factory is a very wild place, unlike anything
Got him.
Mario.
We're fine.
Yeah.
Jesus,
There you go.
I am glad you're not me because I would have freaked out when I saw that Mario died in one hit and used that red essence.
Alright, congrats on defacing the clock.
Mhm.
Hey.
Gotta hand it to you.
It was about time that it got done.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, totally. Oh, that's magic. There.
Sorry, I'm not much of a punster myself, but I do sneak them in on occasion.
Hey, that was not just my victory, it was our victory. Get it?
Oh, okay, that was good. That one was good.
Yeah, it was.
Sometimes you gotta enjoy the minutia.
Ooh, star! Yay!
Mhm.
Ooh, finally got a star. And you can do mobile mines now, too, because you got the Bambino bomb.
Yeah, I was missing that on
Just
the
remember,
last.
Ding-a-ling is a real person entity too, not a second-class citizen.
Nope. Also, my ding-a-ling.
I want you to play with my fingerling. Someone had to do it.
I was wondering when somebody was going to go there. Congratulations, Twy. You have fulfilled my expectations.
Good.
Did I ever get this over here? I think I
Also,
did.
apparently my upload speed is not what I thought it was because... How big is this video anyway?
Large.
So since I just saw you do it, the Rose Town Flower, you once you've beaten the boss in the
Lord,
forest,
yeah, that explains
that
it.
check becomes available. That stumped me so many times.
Really?
If you explored it,
Yeah, Gamera had to tell me how that worked because I thought I knew and I didn't.
Interesting. I didn't know that.
Ding ding ding.
If you
and
explored straight from Twitch, your upload speed shouldn't matter.
No,
Also-
I'm pulling it straight from my computer.
Also, don't be like me and
Kingdom.
forget to check under Mario's bed
Thank you
and
so
between the
much.
O and A and goal on Yoshi's Island. I forget those a lot.
He did check Mario's bed at the start. It was cricket pie.
Cricket pie, it's a cricket pie. Give to Frogman and he will love you. I don't know.
Let's see how good the super suit is.
Honey.
It's probably going to be too expensive. It's usually like,
Ooh,
it's
that's
never lower
good.
than like
Howdy,
900
Tim.
coins.
I
Oh, that is
restarted my
good.
computer
That's-
Oh, wow, it's
27.3
cheap.
times this evening trying to get some
That is
files
cheap.
Holy
off of the
crap, that
failing hard
attack
drive.
stat.
I've found
And
lots
good
of
magic
interesting
defense.
files.
That's what I'm
That-
excited
Like a
about.
weird
That's what we
picture.
need.
Tim, you'll
And
see
a drink
this.
pin with a person on it who bears a striking resemblance to you.
Goaty, what is the
Dang.
point 3? Don't pretend. We're not glossing over that. I'm, you know.
Going for 37 months though. Nah, I don't know. It's
So the file that I'm uploading from my computer is a little over 4 gigs, so that would be why it's taking forever.
Emeralda.
I've done the 100 jumps once as a kid, and I was never, ever wanting to do it again after that.
Wait, if you got a character named Emeralda joining your party, you're playing the wrong game.
I'll have to remember that that's there.
Yeah.
Full shizzle.
Well, I was going to say you have 4 people in your voice channel who could probably remind you at some point.
Remind what?
True.
I already forgot.
Super Suit Mobile.
Yep.
Super Bowl.
Of course, that's the crazy thing with the Secret of Mana randomizer. You get the best equipment in the game is scattered in shops all over the world. You gotta know where those are.
Yeah.
That's the truth with any RPG randomizer, really.
Well, I was going to say we can bug Tim about Secret of Mana, though.
Oh, yeah.
Totally could. I'm amazed I haven't tried it myself yet.
I can get you a seed anytime. You can say who you started off with, but the funny thing is, in my last seed, I started with Prim, found Papoy, never found Randy, so the ending cutscene was messed up a bit. It's hilarious.
Uh-oh.
Oh, right, because of how the character joins in that randomizer.
Yep.
That's funny.
But when you get the 2 magic users, they don't need Randy. Actually, the best thing about the Secret of Mana randomizer, always have full stamina to swing your weapons. It is so cathartic.
Hey chat, let's play a game real quick. Give me, what is one game that you would recommend? Like, what is the game that you would recommend the most? Because if I haven't played it, I'll put it on my backlog. I love doing these things. Like, I did on Twitter a while ago, the Give Me One song, and that turned out really interesting. I can't wait to actually listen to it. But such a variety of answers.
That's fun.
Oh God, Then the question is, but just one game?
Yes. I know, it's hard, right? That's what people said about the song thing, too. They're like, I have to pick one.
Oh,
Yeah.
We're technically in chat too, guys. So.
Yeah, we're in chat, too.
Yep.
I keep thinking of songs I wish that I put there, but it's hard to go wrong with Spirit of Radio, though.
I want to do... The reason I haven't gotten around to listening to it yet is because I want to hop in my Discord and put on the music bot and just, like, listen, have a party.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I agree with Goaty on that. Dragon Quest 11, 100%.
Well, if I hadn't watched, like, 104 parts of Tim's LP...
Yeah, oh my god. I'll blame you there.
I did just...
I'd
it
still
is on
play it
sale,
again.
though.
I love that game. I would absolutely still play it again.
It is on sale, though. I will shill that.
So what's this I hear about Dragon Quest III being remade in Octopath style?
Yep. I've heard about that too. That sounds really intriguing. Because 3 is one of the best ones.
I actually didn't play DQ3 until... And I keep bringing up charity streams, but I do a whole bunch of stuff for charity streams.
It was last year, right?
Yeah, it was last year. And I had a lot of fun with it. Especially turning into a princess.
Yeah.
I might buy Dragon Quest 12 when that comes out eventually. I'm fascinated by the idea of a more adult.
Yeah, that title screen is way different than anything.
Wait, they teased the Dragon Quest 12 too? Where have I been?
You missed that direct, I guess.
I didn't know there was a direct.
I don't watch directs. I don't see any.
It wasn't even a Nintendo Direct. It was just a Dragon Quest like announcement thing.
Holy
Yeah,
crap.
surprise! They teased Dragon Quest 12. Oh, I think all we got was like a title screen or something. I don't remember exactly.
So now begins the race. What'll come out first, Dragon Quest 12 or Elder Scrolls 6?
Metroid Prime 4.
Yeah.
I mean, we've only been waiting on Elder Scrolls 6 for 10 years, so.
Yeah, and we've gotten to play Skyrim and Skyrim again and Skyrim again and Skyrim again and Skyrim on Alexa.
Skyrim and Grand Theft Auto 5 have released so many times on so many platforms. It's getting to be too much of a joke. It's like, all right, come on.
Well, you know, everyone should play Skyrim.
Yeah, I did that for a charity stream too. Kind of tempted to go back again, honestly, to do a what I would call a necky run, just to see how long I could last in Skyrim without wearing any armor.
I like how
Probably
Grand
not
Theft
very
Auto
long.
5 just refuses to leave the zeitgeist of like culture. It's so interesting to me. How it's like, I don't know.
It's been out for nearly as long as Skyrim.
Yeah. I remember when Stevens did his LP of that so long ago. Yeah, it's still on the channel in the form of GTA Online.
Release Skyrim for a Texas
NC
Instruments
Shabby
calculator. TI-82, baby.
Oh,
Yeah,
Nicky Grenades, thank you for the 9 months, dude.
Happy sub, baby.
Much appreciated.
Release Skyrim for the TI-89. Or the TI Inspire, I guess, is like the one with like a real, like, not LCD screen. Well, happy almost birthday, Princess Sunny.
Ooh.
Hey, Princess Sunny.
Uh-oh, Tim, you have not gotten the good end of these XP bets, have you?
Yeah, not so far.
I feel like middle always wins, so I'm surprised that you've lost so many.
Wow, 1 year, 1 month, 1 hour.
Wow, that's funny.
Yeah.
DedSec, I don't think you could have scheduled that any better.
And it wasn't even
Wow.
DedSec who did it.
Yeah.
Nah, I'm just gonna click on my name instead.
Wow, that's 1945.
Hey, that's a year. We won something then.
Oh God.
Oh God. Oh no.
No.
Oh, well, at least it was 3
At least it-
coins, but
Mhm.
yeah.
Could've been 6.
Craziness. Craziness.
I can't believe it's been 5+ years since I started following. My lord.
Sounds about
And
right.
Just now.
And to think, it all started when I sent Tim an email going, "Hi, can I advertise your channel in my videos?"
7 years? Excuse me. Oh, right.
Now, I've been subbed for about 5.5 years, but it says I've only been following since 2018 because one time I accidentally clicked unfollow and had to immediately refollow and reset the date.
8
Oh,
years.
no.
Oops. Oh, man.
8 whole years. Gosh, remember, like, Tim, we used to interact on Smooth McGroove streams all the time.
Yeah, I remember when Skyward Sword first came out and he was playing it in the first
Yeah.
temple.
Mm-hmm. Gosh,
I
what a
thought you
time.
liked the music, and I'm like, I can't even hear it.
It's funny, I remember I was watching his stream when your your Plants vs. Zombies 2 LP dropped. And then I think in one of the episodes that probably in the first episode or something, you talk about how the walnuts remind you of Smooth McGrew because they're always looking all over the place.
Also, holy crap, if I had done the followage command 4 days later, it would have been 7 years, 7 months, 7 days.
How lucky.
Wow.
Man.
You have 7,777 star bits. How lucky.
How dumb!
Oh, that reminds me. I was watching. I think it was Seven Sins anniversary stream that he did a few days ago, and he did one of the things he did was FF7 the original, and took on Emerald Weapon, and set up his stream or set up his characters so they would. I think Cloud and Tifa both were in Lucky Sevens. Still didn't kill it.
Oh. Run out of time?
No. The Lucky Sevens didn't do enough damage.
Oh.
Man.
Gee, I thought it lasted until the enemy died. Didn't have time
Nope.
limit.
Nope.
Interesting.
Unless he didn't get the materia to nuke the time limit.
Well, he didn't really need it particularly. I think he had beaten because one of the things he did was for every ever so often, however many follows, or, well, not follows, but subs and stuff that he got, he would spin a wheel that would force him to do certain things, and one of them was he had to beat Emerald Weapon 8 times.
Jeez.
Oh no.
So he had already beaten it before conventionally. He was just doing the Lucky Sevens thing as a joke.
Oh,
It's like I'm going to assume because it's a lucky number.
Monk, I'm gonna ponder your question for a bit, and I'll reply to you in Discord.
Or it's
in
Final
the
Fantasy
bathroom
code.
specifically. I'll reply to you in the bathroom specifically, because I'm gonna think on that for a bit, because I know I've got some good ideas for those.
Oh, I can definitely recommend Mischief Makers one
In the
with it.
bathroom specifically.
What better place?
It's so perfect now. We have this whole, it's become like a literal place, taking on its own form.
It really has.
I mean, our bathroom, the bathroom here has basically become a TARDIS. It's a lot bigger on the inside. And it has to be to fit everybody.
What I want to know is whose job is it to stock all the toilet paper, because they do a good job.
Which?
Especially given the pandemic last year with panic buying toilet paper.
No
We have to
kidding.
pay $5 a month for it.
You mean a tortoise, yes. Oh my god.
Yeah,
Thanks, Kerplop.
Fair enough.
I don't think any person could have delivered that. And no username is more fitting to deliver that joke than someone named Kerplop.
It's very true.
I just thought that was funny.
Yeah, the whole hoarding toilet paper thing, I was just like, I'm glad I had because I think I had most of one of the big packs, the family packs of toilet paper.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, man, I'm glad I have this, when I noticed it was all freaking disappearing from all the grocery stores.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I got lucky. I had done a store run like 3 days before that, and one of the things I got was just a big old thing of toilet paper. So I was fine.
Now, if Americans had embraced the bidet with any form of, like, we would have been fine.
The bidet, I love it.
Yeah, but we don't want no French crap. Them surrenderers.
Apparently they're life changing. I've never had one.
Everybody I know that does have one loves bidets.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, good thing I saved when I did.
Bidet and air fryer are the things people swear by, and I don't have either of them.
Me either.
Although air fryer seems like... Sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, Mom actually got me an air fryer for Christmas, and then somebody else in the family got her the exact same one.
That's funny. Air fryers, I feel like they have a lot of use. I think being able to avoid fry oil seems like just a really healthy way of doing things.
Yeah.
But also, like, I don't know. I like the idea that I can reheat my French fries and they can be crispy.
Yeah.
Because, like, there's nothing. A few things are as disappointing as microwaving your French fries and then never being able to get the same crunch again.
What is the deal with air fryers? Is normal air not tasty enough? Do we really need to fry it?
Yes, we do.
And has no store sold pick-me-ups this entire time?
Yeah.
Not that I've seen.
So.
Wild.
I've not either, but to be honest, I've kind of not been paying a whole lot of attention to the store inventories.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh. Okay, speaking of food, I just realized it's 9 o'clock my time and I gotta eat dinner because I work tomorrow, so I'm gonna hop out.
Eat up.
Enjoy.
Alright, I'll be the Zane.
Good night.
Have a good night, everybody. No, Goaty, I'm not getting IHOP again.
You got IHOP?
I DoorDashed IHOP twice because Eggers was adding me on, so.
Wow, Eggers egged you on for something that's not Arby's?
She did.
Amazing. Proud of her. That's character
And she made a
development.
bad joke in my chat, so I had to name Dagger after her, so Dagger is now Eggers.
Eggers.
Nice.
Yep.
sorry, we're getting a level here.
All right, have a good night, everybody.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Man, maybe I should consider door dashing some IHOP, getting some of that a crepe or something. I love crepes.
Let's see, I need to check how many calories I've had today. The answer is probably not enough. Nope, I've had less than 1,200. That's not enough. I've also gone 16,000 steps, so I think I hit my step goal.
Nice. There we go.
Hey!
So, oh man, it's E3 month, by the way. What are you guys excited for? Are you guys hoping for any news in particular?
Smash character reveal.
True. I have a feeling
Yeah.
they might do what they did 2 years ago, or however long ago it was. I think it was 2 years, where they reveal the last two characters in one thing. That'd be cool.
They might as well at this point.
Like, what else? What other big event are you waiting for? MagFest? I don't know why I said MagFest. I meant to say the Game Awards, but I did not say that. But yeah, I mean, like, I'm hoping for the Smash character feel. I really want Metroid Prime 4 to have an acknowledgement. Or Pikmin. Something Pikmin would be great.
The only game that I've in any way been following or trying to keep an eye on is Ayuden Chronicles, and it's already been delayed, so darn it.
Oh, unfortunate.
Yeah. They didn't say what they were delaying it to, they just said they were delaying it, which is kinda not the best sign.
Man, I wonder if they're... This is just completely random, but you talking about delays reminded me of Animal Crossing, which made me think, I wonder if they're going to do anything big with Animal Crossing again anytime soon. Because, like, I understand that, like, the pandemic kind of really skewed people's, like, experiences with the game, because they had time to do everything the game had to offer in, like, a fraction of the time. So I wonder if they're gonna accommodate that and add more things, or if that's just how it is now.
Yeah, I honestly haven't played Animal Crossing in several months. I just don't have any desire to play it anymore.
I don't even have it.
I got it pretty soon after launch. I played it for a while. It just, what you were mentioning with the skewed expectations or skewed, ability to play, I think may have had a fair bit to do with it, because people exhausted the content so fast that, it still doesn't feel like it has as much content as New Leaf had, but...
Yeah, well, I feel like, based on what I've seen, I don't think it does. Here's one thing that I did notice, that, like, things like the holidays that go, like Bunny Day going on for, like, 7 days plus, like, that's definitely something where, it wouldn't have been as big of a problem if people had schedules at the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's only one upgrade to the store, things like that. There's no cafe. I'm like, they supported Animal Crossing New Leaf for a really long time, and I'm hopeful that they can do something similar with New Horizons. But you never know. Oh, I always use Beautiful Town Ordinance, Monk.
Wow, this one's...
I mean, I had to work normally through the pandemic, too. But, I mean, it is the way it had to be, the way it was for a lot of people, was that, they were staying home a lot, they had time to play Animal Crossing, like, at ridiculous lengths of time, so...
My own experience was my retail store was closed until May, and we reopened. I didn't teach that summer because they didn't let any of us adjuncts teach during that summer because enrollment was so low. and then cancer. So that kind of affected my work schedule a wee bit. So I mean, in some sense, I still haven't gotten back to what I used to work, and I get the feeling that if I did, I don't know if I'd like it, because I'm too used to having time now instead of working every day like I used to.
Yeah. I have a question for you, actually, Kron, regarding teaching. You don't have to answer this if you don't want to, but do you have a master's?
Yes.
Okay. I was wondering, because I was interested in doing, like, maybe becoming an adjunct at my my undergrad school, but you need a master's to do that. So
correct. Yeah, a master's with at least, I think the standard is typically a master's with at least 18 hours of graduate credit in the subject at hand. So yeah, you would need a master's to do that. It's I mean, I don't know exactly how the standard, because standards are at least a little bit different for different disciplines as far as what they expect.
Yeah. The thing is, I majored in computer science, so I would want to teach that, and like every credit hour regarding my master's degree has been devoted to computer science in some form.
Yeah.
So I think I wouldn't have a problem meeting that requirement, but I would like to teach at some point. I want to be the cool teacher who actually is good at this job.
No. I'd like.
I want to be the teacher that, like, I wish I had. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I'd like to think I'm decent at what I do. They've kept me around for 15 years, so I guess I've done something right.
I'm sure you've done a great job. I would want you as a teacher.
It's kind of funny because my students will do reviews, which I never read, by the way, because I mean, I don't want to go onto ratemyprofessor.com and see somebody go, oh, he sucks, he's a horrible professor, and they can't even spell my name right. But I heard one of my students mentioning it probably like a month or two ago, that they're like, oh, they said you grade hard on your papers. I was like, really now? I feel like I actually grade them pretty easy. But
Kerplop, I don't know if you missed out on much besides Animal Crossing, Tiger King, Queen's Gambit, but you know.
Yeah, and I will say 2 of those 3 are good, and it's not anything having to do with tigers.
I'm watching Queen's Gambit right now. I'm on episode 2.
Oh.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I hope they keep it just as it is. Don't add anything to it.
I heard it's extremely good. The reason I didn't really know much about it, but Anya Taylor-Joy hosted SNL. That's how I learned about what the show was about.
Yeah.
And so I decided to give it a chance.
Kirkplop, I hate to say this, but I live down south, if you haven't figured it out from the accent, but I'm going to say, at least in our part of the country, nobody learned anything.
I think
nothing.
In Pennsylvania, I think people learned things, but it's yet to be determined the scope of what they learned.
Yeah. Yeah, well, we didn't learn how to wash our hands. We didn't learn how to social distance. We didn't learn how to wear masks.
Here's the thing. Go ahead.
What's that?
I was just going to say the mask thing. I haven't gotten sick I haven't gotten like a cold or something since the pandemic started.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. So I don't know. Not to harp on that, but I don't mind wearing a mask, and I'm not opposed to wearing it in stores and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Although I do think I tied my current mask a little too tight, so I'll have to fix.
Basically, the way that I do it now, because Alabama got rid of their mask mandate in April, and a lot of our stores and stuff have started basically saying, hey, if you're fully vaccinated, you don't have to wear a mask, which I've been fully vaccinated since March. The Cancer Center pretty much said, hey, we've got vaccines. You want one? Yes. So the way that I do it now, as far as wearing a mask, not wearing a mask, is at my jobs, I wear a mask. Partially, I mean, at my retail store, I'm still required to. And at my teaching job, I do so anyway, and we'll be doing so through the summer, because I feel like, hey, people are still in large part getting vaccinated, so I don't want to be a risk to my students. As far as retail stores and places like that, really it just kind of depends on what their policy is. And if I don't know what the policy is, I'm going to wear a mask. I'm going to default to wear a mask until I find out otherwise. But if I know that the policy in, say, Kroger, for instance, is, okay, if you're fully vaccinated, you don't have to worry about it, I'm fine because I'm fully vaccinated and I will provide my CDC card to anybody who wants to see it. I know it's technically HIPAA-protected information, but I'm okay with...
I don't think it's HIPAA if you decide to disclose it.
Right. So, yeah.
Anyway, yeah, I work with HIPAA stuff. Not like I don't work in healthcare, but I work in cybersecurity, and HIPAA has a whole section devoted to it.
Yeah.
So it's really funny to me every time HIPAA trends and people are getting it wrong.
Yeah. Yeah, as far as my students wearing a mask, they did until basically Southern Union, which is a school that I teach at. Please don't try to find me, because you won't. Is they, I think, after Governor Ivey lifted the mask mandate in April, essentially their attitude was, don't make a big deal out of it, but make it clear to your students what you plan to do. And I did. And I told them, I said, hey, I'm going to keep wearing it. I would appreciate it if you do too. And I'm not going to call anybody on it if they don't, but I would appreciate it if you did. And most students did. Not all of them, but most students did. This semester, they're not. I don't think any of my students are wearing a mask right now, although I might be mistaken. I still am, but I think in fall I'm probably not going to. And then just the mask mandate or the mask policy that we have in our syllabi, I've adjusted it a little bit from mask wearing is required to mask wearing is recommended. I'll probably adjust it in the fall to, if you wish to, if you still feel the need to wear a mask, and if you want to you'll be seated separately to, for your protection, please let me know and I will accommodate you as best I can. Essentially kind of shift it to a student imperative.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. Of course, I say that, and the vaccination rate for the state of Alabama is one of the lowest in the country.
Nice.
I don't know what the statistics are on it right now, but when I looked probably a couple of weeks ago, I looked at all the percentages from states, and I'm sitting here looking at the bottom 10, and I'm going, Southern state, Southern state, Southern state, Southern state, something else. Southern state, Southern state, Southern state. I'm going, that's not a surprise. But I think that's as much as I want to travel down that road, because that'll risk us getting in a little bit too much into politics.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say no comment.
Yeah.
My opinions differ from you guys, so I'm just gonna say nothing else.
Okay.
That's fine. Oh gosh, my neighbors are being rather loud. I've got a couple of guys who live next to me who they can get pretty chatty, and the walls here are not terribly thick, so it's rather easy for me to hear them. And it was kind of funny whenever people were coming to keep me company during everything with cancer, because especially when my mom came and stayed here, and my apartment is not very big, just FYI, so we would use an air mattress, and she would sleep in the living room / kitchen, and I would of course be in the bed, and they would go outside to talk, and she could hear every word they said clearly, because the walls were not very thick and they were outside, so windows are not very thick either. So it was kind of funny just how chatty they could get, and how easily she was able to hear everything.
Tim, are you grinding to beat Director?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say Director's kind of being a pain to you.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just something he's just keeping up.
Yeah.
I almost wonder if you shouldn't funnel more of your stuff into magic attack and defense, just so you have the magic defense, but I don't know what's killing you. You have to grind in the rando? I wouldn't know. Would one of you want to take that?
I would... I mean, it kind of depends, in a sense. It's... Really, the question that you run into is... The bosses being randomized at certain spots can cause problems. This one's causing a bit of a problem for Tim. Also, as a piece of advice, Tim, I would advise not trying to kill all the hammers, because that's what's putting him into Valor up mode.
Now, it's just one down to one.
Yeah, yeah, that's what I did when we raced. But really what it boils down to is some bosses in certain spots can be a real pain, because the stats are essentially randomized to the spot where the boss is. So for instance, one thing that I found to be really troublesome, and I tried to plan for that when we were racing, and it ended up not being so big a deal, but the one thing that I try to plan for is, for instance, when you go into the ship and you fight that first boss on the ship, which is supposed to be the Kraken.
Oh, King Calamari?
Yeah, you have all that XP, especially if it's combined into one singular boss. That takes a lot to get through. And I've had, I think the worst boss that I've had at that spot specifically was Jinx 3, who in that spot hits like a freaking truck and has a ton of HP. So, yeah, just a little problematic.
Oh my goodness.
A little bit. Also, oh boy. Okay, as long as they're sticking to physical attacks, you can actually get a little bit of headway on them.
Mm-hmm. The shame Bowser's freaking dead.
Why I can't get him. He keeps killing Bowser, and then just with the magic attack.
But Bruce also, as far as a recommendation vis-a-vis grinding, something that I find to a place, or well, a specific enemy actually that I find to be helpful as far as grinding in actually that same location, is just before you get to that first fight in the ship, you have that bone enemy that keeps coming back, and it gives you, I think, 80-something HP per battle. That set to enemies. Yeah, that's really good. I mean, that's what I tend to grind on when I play when I am in that part of the randomizer. If I feel like I need to grind, I'll just grind on that fight, because you can go 2 doors down further from that, and you have that room where you have to put in, or where you roll the barrel to hit that switch. That you can go back, do it again, and it'll drop a mushroom every time, which will full heal you. So I find that to be really helpful as far as places to go for that sort of a grind.
One has such a hard time defending against that, man.
Yeah. Ooh. Oh, and it got you into fear status too, which is unfortunate.
Jeez.
Ooh, yeah.
There are too many.
Russia hammer nails you.
I guess too many Poundettes are alive, huh?
Yeah.
What a weird name.
Yeah, I don't know. It's...
Honestly, I would, at this point, I'd recommend going somewhere else for now. Like maybe going into Forest Maze or somewhere that's... Because the problem with this spot is this is a mid-game spot, and that's... And it's not as hard as perhaps maybe it could be, but I think with a handful more levels, I think you could come back and fairly easily take that. take the
I could take
director.
this now if I just blew all my items now. Maybe 2. I mean, I'll try it once and see what if it doesn't
Is
work.
Punch really considered mid-game? I've played this game like a handful of times. For some reason, I still consider this like pretty early.
He's the first boss in World 3, so that's just into the game.
Oh, I guess yeah, they just put him into worlds, huh?
Yeah, but are there any other characters available you can get relatively easily? Or is one locked behind the director here?
One is locked behind director. Another one is locked behind forest maze. Another one is locked behind the boss in Marymore.
Okay.
Oh yeah, Bunt.
Yeah.
And Raspberry, I guess.
Yeah, I've actually gotten Bunt there in that spot a couple of times, and it always cracks me up.
It's funny. The first time I ever played this game, I was not good. So I would constantly lose one party member to Bunt, and then not be able to keep up with the candles reigniting.
Oh, yeah.
If I could get to Raspberry, the fight was won. But like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
The bosses that gave me the most trouble when I played Super Mario RPG for the first time were Bunt and Smilax, which are not the things people think of when they think of this game as being hard.
Yeah.
Smilax kicked my ass with that pedal blast over and over and over again.
Yeah, that'll do it though.
And before any of you were like, try you're bad at the game. Yes, but that's not the point.
No, everyone has troubles different places.
Yep.
I remember in a Super Metroid race I was in, one guy was having more problems with Kraid than any other boss, and another racer had the same reaction. It's just, Kraid?
Kraid's tricky.
I remember when I tried to fight him when I was playing Super Metroid for the first time. I just kept missing. I mean, I was on the level to hit him, but I just kept not being able to hit him.
Aiming for the mouth is something he's
fingernails in the galaxy.
No kidding. The super nuclear keratin in those things.
I think my problem was my reaction time was and still is not very good. So by the time I hit the eye, it takes me a little bit to get to missiles to actually pack on the pain, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I struggled with Ridley a lot too when I played that game, but that's because I missed the plasma beam.
Oh, God.
That was a trial.
Ooh. 93 on that spritz bomb. Yipes.
Yeah, I think my biggest problem right now is I'm just lacking good equipment.
Yeah.
How much was the super suit
I don't have anything even remotely defensive at all.
No, super suit was closer to was like about 700.
Okay, I was thinking of the stats rather than the price.
Yeah, I was gonna come back to this later.
Oh,
yeah.
Was it? It was. I must have been looking at the coins on hand and not the price when I saw it.
General Luigi TBC, if all the Poundettes get destroyed, the director beefs himself up, boosts both his attack and defense.
Yep. Yeah, so the trick to fighting that is go down to 1 Poundette and then start focusing on the director.
Yeah, there's no advantage to getting rid of all the Poundettes before the doing.
Yeah. Yeah. Now the rest of those those factory bosses, you can kill all the Poundettes and be fine. It's just the director freaks out.
It did seem like the second round of Poundettes that came in was weaker than the first. They were doing 8 damage and then they were doing 3. So I don't know, but maybe that's
interesting. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure on that myself.
Gosh, I remember when I played this for the first time, I used to take so long in the boss fights that the bosses would regularly run out of FP.
That's the fun thing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Good times.
Yeah. Yeah, that's when you know you've got the boss really over a barrel because they're like, oh, yeah, I'm going to go waste all my turns now.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you just go for the MP kill, you're playing the wrong game.
Well, I was going to say, I recently played a game where one of the ways you could win was by forcing your opponent to break their equipment.
Mario Tennis Aces?
Nope.
Wait a minute, I think I know this. Sort of Wind Waker, but not really.
Well, you got half of a word in it.
Oh.
It was Summon Night Swordcraft Story.
Ah. Okay.
Yeah, it was a game that I had played in one of the days in the charity streams in November, and I played I think a couple of hours of it on recommendation of one of my, the guy who was apparently subbed to my channel before I was subbed to my channel somehow. I mean, if you look up the times in my Streamlabs, that's what it says. He subbed to my channel like an hour before I even subbed to my channel, which is weird. But anyway, he recommended it, so I played a couple hours of it and enjoyed it. And when I started doing my retro block this year in January, that was one of the games that I just like, okay, I'm gonna go back and finish it, and so I did. It was fun. The combat was very reminiscent of Tales of Phantasia, of the sort of the side-scrolling action RPG play. So it was interesting.
Sounds pretty awesome.
Yeah, Something I Swordcraft Story showed up in a recent video by Eric Lane and RPG. I think it's the top 10 hidden gems that Atlas localized, something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, it was definitely an Atlas game.
Yeah, because I was going to say, I was thinking of Tales of Symphonia, by the way you described it, but... Like, that's not an Atlas game, though, is it? Like, Tales of Symphonia is not... Yeah. I don't remember.
No, I don't think Symphonia is Atlas. I don't think any of the Tales games are Atlas.
No, they're Bandai Namco.
Yeah.
So I think Fantasia was a different team. Of course, most
Oh,
of the
B!
that did Tales of Fantasia split off from Tri-Ace.
Oh shit, that did 1 damage.
Ooh, that didn't.
Oh, that stings.
Yeah, it was a very
oh, those are
very
the
problem.
Those are the Smilax area bees.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, it looks a little... peculiar.
Those damn red zingers from Donkey Kong Country.
So when a bee acts up, are they set to throw in jail?
He ran away.
Oh, thank God, you can win. Like this is more realistic now.
Yeah, you're one screen away from escaping.
You're fine.
Gosh, do you guys remember when Nintendo was just like, hey, there's a new Paper Mario game coming out, surprise. With Origami King.
No, it's not.
Because like they just kind of dropped the trailer one night or one day, and I was like, what? This is happening? I kind of like it when they do that, honestly, I have to admit.
Yeah, me too.
Like, sure, it gets away from it. It doesn't really do well for quote-unquote reaction culture, I guess. I don't know. But like, it reminds me more of like when I was a kid, and just like you would just find out about this stuff.
Yeah.
Like, we didn't have, well, I mean, there was probably E3 when I was a child, but I didn't pay attention to it. So, like, I would find out, like, just in the most random ways from, like, TV commercials
Yeah,
or, like...
find out in a gas station one day, flipping through a magazine.
And you see, like, yeah, exactly.
Definitely agree with you on that one, Kerplop.
Oh, first E3 was 1995, yeah, so E3's been around longer than I have. I don't know, there's something magical about just finding out that a game is going to happen just randomly someday. Like, where were you when you found out that the GameCube was, when the GameCube was announced? Things like that.
I need to, go on an intermission real quick. Damn, I need to take a poo-poo.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
So I'll be right back.
Good night, Napoleon.
Oh, but first, a fart.
Auf Wiedersehen, Napoleon.
There it is.
Alright. Dine. Have I ever DM'd you? Yes, I have.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, yeah, I never did anything with that portrait. Oh boy. Linky Poo. Incoming.
Right, I'll download that after the stream. Yeah, I sent Tim a print of the group photo, and I think he finally opened it just the other day.
No.
Mario's staring into my soul on this screen.
Not even moving either.
He's just standing there, menacingly. Get out of there, SpongeBob.
It's me, Mario. I can see into your very soul.
Mario knows where you live.
I am Mario.
Mario.
I'm a Mario. I'm a Halloween.
I haven't heard that name in years. How is everyone? I'm good. Good.
Well, that's that.
I'm doing nicely, just a bit sleepy because I exercised this morning and then I walked all over campus posting ads for my newly started private tutoring service. Hopefully people will actually read them.
My accomplishment today was Hollow Knight.
Yeah, mine was the usual day. Got up, work, muscle training, played with Doggo, 2 hours of Japanese study, shower, gaming, play with Doggo, and play with Doggo. He needs about 4 fetch sessions a day. That's
Yeah.
right.
I was gonna say, I sense the theme.
He's an Aussie healer, and they require a lot of exercise.
What's up, Gust? We're on technical intermission right now, even though there's no screen. It's not technically intermission. It is an intermission. The screen's not up. Mario's staring into our souls. The director of the factory was in Punchanella's spot, and he was being really a pain in the butt. So he whooped Mario's ass multiple different ways. You know.
Yep. So now we are we're heading to hopefully greener pastures to get some levels and fight this thing a little bit better. Also, we have taken over the Kokon.
Yep.
Yeah, we're here. We are doing it.
Yep.
Started. Yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say it started out with me coming in to try to provide some commentary and assistance, and then Twy jumped in, and then
we talked
in
about the
came
stock
Dine,
market, and then Reckless was here for a little bit.
yeah. So it's just sort of become a mod takeover.
Yeah.
We did get some good ideas out of it, though. That Chrono Trigger race is going to happen.
Yeah, we need to chat that one up. Of course, now that I've found that the Jets of Time has an online generator, I'm very, 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 very tempted to start a seed.
I will support you guys in the race from the sidelines. I'm not skilled enough at Chrono Trigger to be a racer.
I don't want to. Well, it'll be a New Game Plus seed. Or file. Seed. Too many randos. Yeah, my first Jets of Time seed goes live. Okay, July 10th. So, yeah.
I wish I had time to do YouTube. I don't. I just Twitch.
Yeah, well, the nice thing is just record it on Twitch and split it up in YouTube. I've got content through the rest of the year except my next main LP.
Oh, God. God.
Polter, New Game Plus run. A skilled speedrunner can still do a normal New Game run in about 4 hours. A New Game Plus run definitely helps make that faster for those of us who don't speedrun it normally.
Yeah. Yeah, because then you're powerful and can do things.
the key factor is to know how to avoid certain battles.
Which I mostly don't.
And of course, if it's an any percent run, we could ignore Chrono.
Yeah.
Yeah, one racing group that Tim's actually done a few races with us on that one. Did Chrono Trigger a few years ago. I've played it since. Kerplop, I know exactly how you feel. Actually, there are a few glitches that let you skip bosses entirely, but don't know those. Of course, on New Game Plus, it doesn't really matter too much. Yeah, on my channel, weekend projects kind of alternate between first runs of various rando seeds, then the blind chaos races that kind of came up with on a whim, where there's a bunch of us are racing a rando seed or a game, and don't reveal who has what screen. I send them over to the group for commentary, and they try to figure out who is who, and just talk about what's going on. It's been really funny.
And Chrono Trigger was the first game that Ace Fangirl ever streamed. Those were fun times.
Oh yeah. You always remember your first.
It's funny because I can't remember what my first was. I assume it was Donkey Kong Country 2.
The first game that I streamed was the latter part of Suikoden 5. And I did that because I was kind of practicing, so to speak, because I wanted to do the finale of my Wild Arms LP live. And so I did that, and it still didn't work out very well because I didn't know what I was doing. And as it turned out, I ended up going back and doing an LP of Suikoden 5 later on in life.
Yeah, I'm going to be streaming a Wild Arms run later this year. That's always good. And yeah, my first test stream was actually just Metroid Zero Mission, but the first game I played through on stream was Final Fantasy Mystic Quest. Also my first LP. And then Tim started his Mystic Quest LP right after that, so I was like, yes! Yeah, Poulter, you going for penance? Yep, that's the only reason you do that.
What time is it? Oh shit, it's 10:37.
It's 4:37.
I love when I say the wrong word and then immediately catch myself like, what? What was that supposed to mean?
Oh, going back to randos, I told Tim about a Willow randomizer. Don't know if he
Oh gosh.
got that information or not, though.
Oh, hell yeah, Monk.
Yeah, fair enough, Monk.
Yeah. It's 4:37 or 4:38 somewhere at all times anyway. Except when it's not 38, it's still 4.
4:37. Monk, go to bed. That's wild. When do you sleep, dude? I drop off myself in a little bit, probably by 11.
You're not my dad, jeez. Don't make me get the plunger.
Was a game I regret quitting halfway into it. I don't know. I don't usually quit games.
Shadow Hearts 2 and Sakuna of Rice and Ruin is stopping those long enough to forget the mechanics. Because they have to start all over to relearn everything. Welcome back, Tim.
Welcome back, Tim.
And Venitos.
I never went to the intermission screen, my bad.
It's okay, Mario was just staring directly into my soul.
We got a great message.
Cool. Yeah, this is a lot of games I've quit like halfway through that I shouldn't have. Like Hollow Knight. And Tales of Symphonia 2.
If you get me on Hollow Knight again, I will not be able to stop talking.
I kind of don't regret quitting halfway through Tales of Symphonia 2. Just couldn't get into that one.
Yeah, I didn't know anything about JRPGs back then either.
Polter, I PB'd again. It was great.
This is another area you can just wander into early game and get the.
Here we go into the forest maze, walking around in a very deep haze. It's been so long since I sang along the song, so I don't remember the lyrics at all.
I am in the forest walking around, but my friend Gino cannot be found.
Hey, but if I keep looking and don't make a sound, maybe I'll find him like a hound.
Except that last question is, where the hell is Gino? Where the hell is Gino? Where the hell is Gino? Oh, baby.
No game audio apparently.
Oh, well.
Oh, yeah.
Well, you know, it's probably for the best because we weren't. Yeah, we probably for the best.
There we go. Turned it up a little bit too. Yeah, thanks for that.
Thank you, D-pad.
And DeadSec, kind of the opposite of your last question. What's a game that you started a long time ago, didn't play for years, but went on and finished again years later? For me, that would be Rune Factory Oceans. Finally played through that last year.
I don't know. I can't think of it. I literally cannot think of a game that I've had that experience with, but I know it exists.
There's probably one that I've LP'd that's like that, where I never finished it in the old days, but then did finish it. Well, Paper Mario 2 would be one of those. I rented it way back in the day. Never finished it, made a tape of it, you know. Back then I thought I'd still be doing that, but... Gee, I never went back and beat Mac. I need to do that.
Mac the Knife.
Yeah. Alright, went back to the Mushroom Kingdom and killed all the Shy Guys. Got the second round of basement items.
I guess in terms of games that I played when I was younger and then didn't beat them until relatively recently, I suppose. I don't know necessarily if you would count this as the case because mostly I'm talking about randomized versions of the games, but I'm not sure if I actually beat some of the Final Fantasies that I played when I was a kid until I went back and played randomized versions of them as the last few years. So I guess that's kind of hedging the
Toadstool.
What is she doing in the forest?
Howdy, Peach.
Wondering around getting kidnapped. Right, wrong game?
Wrong game indeed.
I was probably the wrong game, just wandering around in the desert.
Alright, Boopster, I'm not gonna cry. Yo, check it.
Booster looks like Wario.
He sure does.
I think Wario did come before Booster, though.
Oh, absolutely.
Let's see, Wario would have been Super Mario Land 2, 1993.
Yep.
Or 1992, maybe.
Definitely before 95.
This was 96. So, yeah. I have 3 Peaches.
God, who were Booster's ancestors again? It was Mario, Wario, Pirate, something, Fez, and Teeth.
Oh,
Wait,
yeah.
what?
That sounds like names that I would make up.
That they are names that you made up, actually.
Oh, you're talking about the faces in his tower?
Yeah, Booster's
yeah.
portraits. I can't remember the one's name.
Ooh, you have Snowy.
I mean, the only way that I honestly remember those portraits is 654. Is it 213? I think is the order or is it 65?
Oh yeah.
No, 653124 is the order that you choose them in the Elder Key room.
Oh my god, my voice for Sniffit 3, I remember.
Oh yeah, the inhale voice.
That was like this. Something. I don't do it now.
Man, I like memorizing chains of numbers like you kind of did there.
Yeah.
Hi Lucas, how are you?
Lucas, there you go.
I know you.
Evening, Lucas.
Like I still remember what is it, the passcode for the X-Not Fortress in Thousand Year Door?
Oh,
0140029 baby.
Yeah.
I remember Bruce Goodman's ID number from Rise from the Ashes.
There are a few other easy numbers to memorize on there. Of course, you know, Von Carva's PIN number.
Yeah.
And Gant's ID number. You should remember.
Yeah.
And of course, there's a combination of the air shield. That's the stupidest combination I ever heard. It's the kind of thing an idiot would have in his luggage.
That's the same combination I have on my luggage.
Also, nicely done hanging on there, Tim.
Yeah.
GG.
Double or nothing? Oh yeah.
Hey, finally, something worked.
One step closer
Finally
to this
invent
pursuit.
something that works.
And of course, if you know the sequence of 110037, that's all I need to say.
Oh yeah.
But N037 doesn't make a whole lot of sense either.
Also, yay, second star.
Yeah. So what's the end condition? All 7 stars?
Yeah. Once you get 6 stars, the way that we set up that seed, and that's the same conditions he's using for this one. You can get the bright card from. You can get the bright card after you defeat the booster bosses in the tower.
Mm-hmm.
And you can use that in Great Guy's Casino to go straight to Smithy and then beat him to get star 7.
Okay. Man, I love how in this game one of the stars is just sitting there on Star Hill.
Yeah.
I just appreciate that. I don't know.
Oh yeah.
That it breaks up the formula a little bit.
Yeah, and the randomizer can have it there too, although it doesn't all that often in my experience. So what I'll usually do in that case, and what I actually did during the race, was I did a save scum at what's the name of that dang town next to it?
Seaside Town, Rose
Town? Seaside. But I did a save scum at Seaside, then went over and went up Star Hill, and when I saw that it didn't have the star, I just reset straight back to Seaside.
I should check and see if the Peach can equip any of my stuff here. Don't know why I haven't done that sooner.
I mean, your other two peaches are doing decent damage to these things, so.
Mm-hmm. 3 peaches.
And right. Trio of peach. Gotta love it. Trio of peaches. Let us see what we got here, yes.
Princess Esmeralda.
It's kind of pretty.
No. Yeah, Emeralda.
Oh, Emeralda, my bad.
Yeah, sorry. I didn't mean to be so catchy about that, but
No, you're
I know
good.
it's from Xenogears.
Gotcha. I brain auto-corrected, I guess.
Yeah, it's understandable. Oh
Great
yeah.
game too.
Uh-huh.
Pretty good equipment.
And
there.
the world record is 12 hours
Yeah.
because you can't skip text.
And it's slow text. And there's a lot of it.
Uh-huh.
Oh, fantastic game though.
Yeah, it's kind of funny also with Xenogears that the whole disc 2 question has finally been resolved. I think the article came out a few months ago.
Yep. Basically, they made disc 2 the way it was, otherwise they would have never been able to finish the game.
Right.
Man.
I keep telling people Xenogears doesn't need to be remade, it needs to be finished.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, because I remember whenever oh my god.
Jump.
I remember whenever I played Xenogears initially, my main thought was, oh my god, they fit all that into one disc. I mean, not in terms of like straight out graphics. It wasn't as good graphically as, other games that had come out around then, like say FF7 or whatever, but just in terms of all the plot and everything that happened on that first disc, holy Moses.
Yep. And in the end, disc 2 primarily just has the story assets and most of the world map.
Yeah. It's funny, I actually was thinking about when I was still doing LPs, I was thinking about doing an LP of Xenogears. Then H.C. Bailey did one, and I'm like, well there goes that idea.
Again.
I can't believe his HP, like his LP of FF15 is like already in the hundreds.
Yep, and this
Feels
video's
like
about an hour
he just
long.
started that yesterday.
I found a couple good compilation videos of H.C. Bailey's head desk moments earlier. They were fun to watch.
I couldn't keep up with it like after part like 20 or so. It's like an hour a day is just too much.
Yep.
I thought the studio that did Samus Returns really, really wanted to do a Fusion remake as well. I'd be down to see that. Fusion's such a good game. Metroid
Yeah,
Fusion.
Fusion was fun. I liked it.
I do wish it didn't lock you out of everything before you beat the final boss. But, I mean, you can just go back into it, I guess.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that fight against what's his face, where he melts as you beat him.
Nightmare.
Yeah, that still sticks with me.
It's a good fight. The music for that fight actually
Yes.
sticks out in my mind a lot. I don't know exactly why. It always just stuck out to me. Just the whole visual audio combination, I think.
Yeah.
It also kind of goes back to both Tim and Well, basically, anyone playing through Blaster Master Zero in Area 5, you see that huge shadow fly overhead, and the immediate first thought is Nightmare?
Oh. Huh.
Chat, I lost here.
Oh, welcome back, West. Bird.
What's the word? You made it back to the king of the crime. Back to the king of the crime. What was that?
You're pretty close to being able to afford that super suit.
It's getting there.
I
Super
don't
suit.
know
Oh,
if you have any. If you have any
I don't know if I ever checked
armor
this.
and stuff you could sell that you're not using, or weapons that you're not using anymore.
That's true. Oh. Well, hey, I
Oh
had to
shoot!
pick me up.
You know what? I guess I didn't really drop the game. I did beat it,
bag.
but there's still more to do. I never did everything there was to do in Omori. Just thought about that. It's like a whole bunch of content I didn't even touch in that game.
Oh, that's what that does.
I have to go back and do that at some point. Game was fun.
Alright, I'll be
Alright,
right
so
back.
super suit in Moleville, super suit in Moleville.
Yeah, Super Suit in Moleville. Oh yeah,
Alright.
Boulder, I could feel your excitement.
Have a good night, Dead Sack.
Good night, Dead Sack.
Good night, Dead Sack.
Alright, so number 10 is 64,000 toilet papers. Let's see how far away I am. Yeah, I'm a ways away.
Maybe we've been the toilet paper orders this whole time.
Yeah, exactly.
Alright, he gets it.
Whereas, to be fair, I lost a decent amount of my toilet paper whenever I switched names.
Yep. That'll happen.
Good shit. Good shit. Good shit. We're fine now.
Yep. Just need to find an accessory that'll give you physical defense.
Yep. But in the meantime...
Hey, John, thank you for the host.
Hi,
but
John.
in the meantime...
Thanks for the host, John.
Or did I miss something?
Proton John just hosted.
Oh, shoot. Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Johnny.
Here's Johnny.
Mushroom Kingdom. Let's go.
Yep. Good evening and welcome to the mod takeover of Tim's broadcast.
Nut pickle.
We're gonna need a bigger. We're gonna need a bigger call.
Boop, boop.
I mean, I was kind of curious to see if even more mods were going to kind of come piling into it after a while.
Just be like a total dog pile. Whoops.
Oops, all mods.
This was gonna be a Zelda Ooter, but up until like 10 minutes before I started, I was like, no, I'm gonna do Super Mario RPG.
SMRPG.
So many randos.
Oh yeah.
And Tim, I know you're getting hooked on Secret of Mana. You're
God,
hooked
I
on one
love
super
being
good,
a
too.
turtle! Oh, jeez.
Yeah, I know when I saw the announcement for today, I was walking back from posting all of my "Hi, please hire me as a tutor" ads on campus, and I was just like, "Oh, Tim's doing this again. Okay, well, hopefully it'll go better than the last one." And then this happened.
And then this.
So, sorry.
And then the Fire Nation attacked. Whoop.
That is from Avatar, correct?
Yep.
Okay. I've only seen the movie.
Now.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, that's what people say.
Well, they got me watching it on movie night, and so I know a little bit about it, which is cool. It's good. Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Yeah, Arrowhead, Papyrus Blue people.
Not so fast, pal.
I was gonna say, actually, if you try for the max skip, it'll skip all that dialogue.
Mac is a
Oh,
block.
hello. What do we got here?
Oh god. Oh,
this won't be so bad because it's the first boss. So.
Yeah, that'll help.
Cloaker and Domino. I guess you have to fight Earthlink and the other thing, depending on who you kill.
Besides, I got Super Suit now, so everything does 1 damage.
Cloaker and Domino were such bizarre, random boss fights to put in the factory.
They just show up out of nowhere.
Yeah. Well, I think it's a block because
Oh,
you
don't
have to.
You kill your Yuridovich clone, and then you jump down where that block used to be, and then you jump right into Cloaker and Domino.
Yeah.
We don't even walk, we just move.
Just like a factory.
Alright, is it Earthlink or the other one?
It's clobbering time.
No, I was gonna say I think it is. I think it's Earthlink no matter what. So it's always the internet service.
I just sworn there were 2 names for the thing. Hi, Liam.
Yo,
Also, hi,
Liam 6
Liam.
and Raiden Korea 28 all up in here. Hell yeah, dude.
Appropriate because this is raid number 6.
Or
yeah.
Not
So
milk, I
perfect.
guess, depending on how you pronounce that boss's name.
Goat milk.
Yeah.
Yeah, go after Middle Bowser, who has like 1,000,000 defense.
Yeah.
Yeah, really. And all big attack now, too. So. I made the championships, too.
Oh my god. Oh, I thought you killed it.
And
Nah, he's not going anywhere. Jeez.
How's the run going, Dim?
Pretty good now.
Hey.
Oh my god.
Now that I got my damn super suit.
Yeah, finally, Honey told you where Super Suit was.
Yeah, we had to be reminded, but, well, not really. I didn't remember, but. Still
Honey,
good.
where's my Super Suit?
Where's my super suit?
I put it away.
Azuka,
Where?
9 months. Ding. Yes,
9
so.
months.
Oh yeah, countermeasures for Liam. Where is? Oh yes, that. There you are. You.
A pew.
Yes, you did. We really did.
What? Burgle cut! Don't leave me alone with these 2! We ain't found the toilet. Why is he on the toilet? I'm going to throw my shit at you. What?
Thank you so much, Liam, for the raid. You were one rad dude. Hope your stream went well. And, hope you were doing as well. As real.
Also, hello to everyone who just came in. We are We are some of Tim's mods who have basically hijacked the stream tonight because we just felt like it, I guess.
Yeah.
If the opportunity was there.
Oh yeah, Panda's Way. Mushroom Way, I get that already. Did that already too. This already, did that probably.
Hi, Maniacal.
Oh, I think I can do this next song now.
Evening, Maniacal.
Maniacal.
Why are you looking at me with them big ol' eyes?
No, maybe not. Well, we'll probably continue there tomorrow night, Wednesday. Yeah, sorry about last Wednesday night, by the way. I know that was movie night, and I wasn't there for it, but it's because I just driven Chuggo back to the airport that morning, and
Understandable.
I was
Yeah, no problem.
my mind was nowhere in any kind of place to.
Oh, that's right. Tomorrow will
Oh
be
yeah,
the...
tomorr's like the full community night, isn't it?
Yep.
Eat.
I was gonna make up a poll or something for that. What was I doing? Oh yeah. This boss right here. Should be a breeze now.
Yeah, it should certainly
No, you
be
didn't.
a lot better.
You didn't miss movie night, Westifer.
Don't waste your time on me. You're already a voice inside my head.
So one thing I will say that, well, maybe not actually. I was going to say one thing that I will say that I like about Mario RPG is whenever you kill enemies, they stay dead, but that does not seem to be the case actually.
They respawn
Also-
after either a couple rooms or just that double dungeon, one or two.
Okay. Also, I was going to say, Tim, it's also worth noting that you've yet to beat the boss of this first section too.
Oh my goodness! Look at these losers all piled up in a triangle over there.
Yeah, it's a little weird looking. It's blinking out the damage numbers.
Damn, 250. Damn. Whew.
By golly.
Good gosh. I want to see you get your revenge on the director, and I'm gonna bounce.
Yeah.
Man, imagine getting 2 luckies in a battle like that. Let you like triple or quadruple
Oh my
your
God.
experience or coins.
That would be Amazon. Apparently there's a song out there called Amazing by Seal. Right, at some point somebody must have mistyped it as Amazon. And I always thought, when I first saw that, I thought it was a real song. Because that's like the kind of thing that he would do. And plus it's like a, dude, let me get away, please. Oh.
And the 0 invincibility frames it gives you.
Yeah, I saw that.
Oh, Mario RPG, you're crazy.
Plus it'd be like an amazing Amazon sounding song that would be.
There's
Oh.
Moldorm Ross with the big 6-0. Oh,
Moldorm Ross, you didn't have to do that, sweetie.
Moldorm Ross gifted a tier 1 sub to
The
Iris
big
underscore right 1.
Suksu.
Oh dear lord. Holy
Dear
Moses,
Lord.
I just now got to triple digits on my sub count.
Moldorm Ross gifted a tier 1 sub to Pidge0_1.
That's a lot of money.
Big shitting off G feet. Wow, yeah, that's
Oh, appropriate enough that one of the gift subs went to Pidge01.
Moldorm
the
Ross
developer
gifted a
of
tier
Rando.
1 sub to
Oh,
Robin
yeah.
Bedframe.
No, funny.
Gina Flash. No, we're not. What's that? Wow.
Moldorm Ross gifted a tier 1 sub to Cooterlingus.
Whack-a-mole.
Moldorm Ross
Remember.
gifted a tier 1 sub to Tronman64.
Ugh, some burp that was. This is the longest fight ever. Oh my god.
Yeah, it's kind of tough to go through these big group fights when you don't have any really reliable, or at least semi-cheap, AoE type stuff.
I mean,
Yeah.
any kind of magic, if you hit that cluster with, I believe it would have used Migraine and instantly killed a member of your party.
Yeah. I have some stuff, but
Yeah, but they're all pretty expensive is the problem.
should be doing this every time now. I don't know if that thing still applies in this or not. But... Whoop. I'll take that experience for sure.
These damn bowyer arrows running through the place. When I was younger, I thought his name was Bowyer.
That is an easy way to misread it. You're not alone on that.
Wow, literally got stuck on it.
Wow.
There we go.
Man, you don't realize how long this dungeon is until you're trying to get through it a second time.
Yeah.
Yeah, oh well.
Every room is like, there's more?
There's more. They fly now. Haha. 1 damage.
Yes, hit the magic tank, please.
Please do. Somebody might level up from that, but let's see here. We got 27. That's pretty close. Yeah, we'll be fine though. We'll be just fine. Drop it. There is only one thing next. Revenge.
Dish best served cold, I believe. Ooh, that's 0.
I love it.
Now 322 damage on those poundettes has to feel good.
Yeah, if only it gave you a once again.
Yeah.
Must have just done so much damage that I destroyed the once again flower too.
So I guess the strat is to leave one alive here, one of these poundettes.
Yep.
Makes sense.
Makes sense.
Yeah, because if you kill all the poundettes, he freaks out and buffs up his attack and defense, and then it gets a lot less painful for him. And then he brings back all the poundettes.
Yep.
My beautiful comrades, how could I live without you? I'm so mad. Oh wait, you're replaceable.
Alright, he's still
My
there.
bad.
Oh,
Oh no. Yeah, I feel like leaving Peach unhealed
Not the best
would not,
idea.
yeah, not help.
Well, I got this, I suppose.
God, terrorize. I don't know if it's just me, but I always found that to be like the most useless ability in the game. Except maybe mute. Mute is pretty not useful, in my opinion.
There, thank goodness. I do have a pick me up, but I'm just gonna say screw it. What? Really? Alright then. Yeah, I wanted to start that one over anyway.
If at first you don't succeed, or second, or third, or well, keep going.
hey, you don't have to worry about healing him this time.
Yeah, true.
Johnny NCS. What a combination of names.
Alright.
So is it like a rule that you can't stream along E3 this year?
Don't know.
I feel like I heard something about that.
Yeah, I'm not too sure about that.
I mean, I wouldn't probably want to anyway because of the copyright struggles I would probably have, but like,
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm only really here for the Nintendo Direct anyway.
I'm only pretty sure. Oh man, yeah, now we're getting somewhere.
Yeah, that's a lot better.
That's delicious. So is there like logic to this randomizer as well, or is it pretty like logicless?
Well, I mean, the big thing is there are certain areas that are restricted by key items. Like, for instance, this boss that he's fighting now at the back of the mobile mine.
You need the Bambina bomb or whatever, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And so it'll kind of just keep going from there.
Okay.
Hooray! Victory!
And
Good
sweet victory.
Supercharged.
Please go safe. But yeah, it's principally the way that the enemies are set up, the way that they're scaled, and what have you.
And with that, I have seen the thing, so I'm going to. Oh, look, it's Gino. Hey, Gino.
Light blue Gino.
Like a powder blue. Anyway, I'm gonna jump out. Thanks for having the COCOM open, I guess.
Yeah.
It's been a lot of fun.
Ron's idea.
And yeah, I guess everyone have a great night, and I'll talk to you later.
Alright, night, bye.
Peace.
I've actually been multitasking this whole time because I'm proctoring a tournament match for SMG3 as well as trying to unlock this final route on the visual novel I want to finish this week.
Oh
All
boy.
while watching this.
Yeah, that's cool.
So Shadow Mano is hidden behind the cake.
Yep.
Mushroom Inclusion definitely inspired by Mario Kart.
Yeah.
This also begs the question, who designed these tracks? What purpose do they serve for the mine?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's always like, it's like any dungeon that is super complicated and you have to do all these things to get into it. You often have to wonder, like, how in the world, I mean, like, how does the boss actually get in? Does he have a developer's door or something? A la Mario Maker?
One example that came to mind is the Tower of Babel in FF4. It's certainly huge and complicated, but at least has a teleporter between the upper and lower parts. Oh wait, the villain took it, you can't.
Yeah.
That whole segment is a string of failures on the part of the party. This disembodied hand is taking the crystal. Should we stop it? Nah, we'll go get it back from the tower. Oh, they moved the crystal to the upper part of the tower. Okay, so we'll go to the upper part of the tower. Oh, pitfall! We're stuck in the underground.
Pretty much.
So let's just break the final lock on the last crystal and let them take that too.
I mean, because why would a party in an RPG actually do smart things?
Got no idea.
I actually brought this up in yesterday while playing through it, but it's interesting. At that point of the game, Golbez stops attacking the party directly, and one person figured out why. Because Rydia's in the party. He's that afraid of the summoners.
Really?
Stay away from the summoner!
Guess so. He's level 7, but there's no telling what he can equip it. So let's find out. And your shot. That's a good start. Laser shell is pretty good for magic attack and magic defense, though. No accessories, though. better off than Peach right now, so yep. Welcome to the party, Gino.
Poltergust, the hand scene in Final Fantasy IV after you beat Golbez in Dwarf Castle. I didn't notice your message there because I was reading your message about FF10 in the Discord. The battle system is just mwah.
Yeah. Just giving my arms some stretchy time now. Alright. Guess we gotta do this. So we got Wario 2. Pirate bald fizz teeth.
One of them almost looks like a booster version of Mr. T.
Yeah.
Or Barrett if you want to be more modern.
No. It's better than nothing, I suppose. Fire dress? Wow.
Getting those little clue ins a couple of seconds before they pop up on stream. Hey!
Something pretty decent for Mario there for a change.
The interesting about that fight, of course, in the vanilla game, it's intended to show how powerful she's become because Golbez only has 3,000 HP in that spot. But of course, the DS version and the Ultimate hack increase the amount of HP, so you actually have to bother to revive party members. But the other funny thing is that spot has ridiculously low magic attack power, so he's casting the tier 3 spells on you, and they're doing almost nothing.
Fire pants. Yum.
So you've got Mario cross-dressing.
Yep. Ooh, that's pretty good.
Yeah, the 3D version of FF4 is basically throw away all the strats you grew up with.
Yeah. My goodness, I've never played that one. I've only watched it. I'm just like, okay. Defend on the first turn or you will get shellacked in a lot of your fights.
Yep. Golbez and Dr. Luggage are two of the most notorious fights in that version.
Dr. Luggage.
Yeah, the FF4, the free enterprise community calls him either Dr. Dialogue or Dr. Luggage or Dr. Cutscene because there's so much dialogue in that fight, in well, both phases of that fight.
Actually, a lot of dialogue before the fight in vanilla, along with the slow dance. That's the downside of free enterprise is a lot of those cutscenes have been shortened. Going back to them in vanilla, so yeah, get on with it.
Stupid snippets jumping out of me. Serves me right though, I looked at the wrong pitch. Wrong pick by accident.
Another
Raise
raid.
raid, red line official. Yo, hey, coming through.
Oh,
Red
raid number
red
7.
Lions.
Red light official BB gun? Oh wait.
BB tells about melts was defense and humidifiers, trainers,
Oh, congratulations.
Yeah, congrats.
Oh, bananas.
Yeah, the Ghouls and Ghosts game are definitely some of the hardest, but they're some of the most satisfying when you finally beat them.
Hey,
Yeah, Bird 3000, this is the SMRPG Randomizer.
Yep. Of which I'm still kind of just getting to know myself, so forgive me if I fail a lot here. So we got Pirate.
Yeah, every time we race Super Ghouls and Ghosts, we always talk about how satisfying that ending theme is.
Castle Key 2.
And of course, Ghouls and Ghosts Resurrection did just release on PS4 this week. It's been out on Switch for a couple weeks already.
Boing.
Oh. Uh-oh. You're having a time trying to stay up there, Tim.
A little bit.
The swap's having fun, I'm sure. No, nobody wants to play be teeter-totter with it.
Hmm?
That's much better.
Monk, what does CBT mean?
The newest G&Gs are last in the CBT segments. Can't be taught.
Ah.
Cock and ball torture. Jeez, wow. Oh boy.
I think the hardest trophy for the PS4 version will be 30 saves without dying. There are no difficulty-based ones.
Almost got my ass squished now. Yes, I did, but it don't matter because it don't matter because when I fight with two creatures of Bowser Mangino.
Hey, how often do you get RPGs where you have evil vegetables as your enemy?
I don't know.
Not very often, I can imagine.
Well, I don't know. Oh, goodness.
Remember watching a race of vanilla, someone was in this, and the reaction to getting an enemy spot in there was just great. It's like, oh god, floor!
Fertilizer. That looks like a key to me.
Yep, unfortunately it can do that.
Oh well. Whack, whack.
Now that opens up an interesting crossover potential there, or Polter. With Xenoblade, would it be "You will know my name is Booster"?
It's like there's this one part of Hook where the kid is talking about all the stuff that his dad will never let him do. And Captain Hook is encouraging him to like destroy clocks to take out his anger, you know? And there's one part where he says something like, "We're never doing anything with me." And he pauses after saying it for like 4 seconds before he bashes the clock. And every time Gino attacks, I think of that part of that movie. Where he like,
You're always making promises, breaking them.
yep.
That's a powerful scene. Really sad that Steven Spielberg really didn't like the final product. It is a good movie.
For never letting me blow bubbles in my chocolate milk. Hello, how can you today? Would you like to purchase a taco? Ooh.
Oh, we know Crazy Dave is the best customer.
Yep. Save point I will take. So yours is gonna be bop.
Yeah, Monk, I don't know if we need to encourage the Rufio. In fact, we don't need to encourage the Rufio that you were originally referring to.
Bang around!
Pick up some equipment there just now. Can't even remember. Don't think I did. Eat away.
No, it doesn't look like it. You just picked up items.
Yeah. Speaking of which, wait, I don't see much down here.
So, Kirby, this is a new run. And Retro Gamer, what all is randomized is the character sprite, or the character palettes are randomized. Bosses, star locations, the equipment and equipment stats, equipment availability and stats are randomized. It's a lot of stuff. It's pretty fun.
Oh yeah.
Yes. The Lazy Shell could turn out to be garbage. The Super Suit could turn out to be garbage. Fortunately, the Super Suit's pretty good in this seed for attack and magic defense.
Oh no.
What a bunch of idiots.
That "oh no" was in reference to that SMZ3 match I'm watching over. I can't say anything more.
Ooh.
Antidote pin, okay. Yeah, it could. Or the antidote pin could turn out to be amazing. Or Amazon. Not really, but it's better than nothing. Well, actually, well, you can kind of check it here.
Yeah, it looked like it had a pretty decent
So,
number of
yeah.
resistances from
Half
what briefly
lightning.
I caught.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah, not too bad.
Oh boy, this will be fun.
Yep, welcome to Smilax!
Ah, Gino's got the group hug. Oh, hell yeah, we need it too.
Oh, that's good.
Oh, it's good too. Between that and Bowser, we should be just fine here. Of course, I don't want to speak too soon. But, we'll see how it goes. Whatever I don't finish here tonight, I'm definitely going to pick up on Saturday. Or Friday. I haven't really made my mind yet what I'm doing with that. It's like, kind of like streaming on Saturdays. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, have fun with that. I won't be able to pop in for that because I'll be at work. Darn it.
That's a bummer.
Yeah. Oh no, Chino doing 4 damage. Whoops.
Bummer.
Actually, on that retranslation patch you were talking about earlier, I wonder if it fixes the spell names as well. That would be probably be the biggest thing.
It's recycled water. There was a Reddit thread the other day about song titles that are like the same word repeated. Like There There by Radiohead or Baby Baby by Amy Grant. Or Tonight Tonight by Smashing Pumpkins. And I was trying to think of like one that like nobody else would know that I do know, but couldn't think of one.
I can't think of any either.
No,
I
I'm
said
not
liar,
much.
liar, but
Yeah,
not
it's
the movie.
harder to do that.
Yeah.
That's weird. So that's normally because they'd have to be really good at, but I don't know.
Now I'm reminded of that one mini game in Wii Party U. Shotgun attempts. Somebody please take that and set that in the one scene from Liar Liar.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
Did anyone ever do that? Couldn't find it on YouTube.
I'm not sure.
They don't think they did, unfortunately.
Moni Moni, that's a good one. The one Billy Idol covered. The one where I thought the Genuine Pony was a remake of the song. Just because they sound like they're saying like a pony in that song. I don't know. We are mushrooms. We're hatching HP. We have high defense.
I wonder what the HP gain is based off of.
I'm not sure at all, really, but
Because you got Bowser sitting there not gaining anything back, and down he
Yeah.
goes.
alright then.
Uh-oh. Oh, we're in a shroom loop, y'all.
My mushroom's on fire!
Roasted shrooms.
Fried mushroom heads. Ha 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 ha! Ooh.
Nope, better than big shrooms.
See this?
Yeah. was gonna say, that's assuming that Big Boy doesn't pedal blast again, and fortunately he didn't.
Just slightly kiss.
Evening, Madeline.
The annoying thing about this boss isn't the status effects, it's the length of how long it takes to beat him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This to me is like mid-game, close to on the second half of the game, pretty much. And back to mushrooms.
Badges, mushroom.
Madeline, honey.
More fried mushroom heads. And... Deja vu!
Yeah.
Well.
Yeah, unfortunately, you don't have any flower power to group hug right now.
Nope, can't do much vending except defend. Just have to outlast them, that's all we can do. But we will. We will and we must.
Yeah, fortunately it looks like he's not too much of a threat, really. I gotta say, seeing a scarecrow jumping through the air like that's a little bizarre.
It's kind of gratifying. Especially when he's doing the jump, it's like his stick is penetrating into the ew. Yeah, I got a better idea. Get you back in there.
Ah, darn, I was hoping you get a freebie off of that one, but
yeah,
oh well. Welcome back, Luigi.
There we go. Now we're getting somewhere. Here.
I think the only potential raid message you missed, Luigi, was fried mushroom heads.
Hey, there we go.
Hell yeah, dude.
Look at all those coins.
Look at that damage.
Oh, finally took care of the root of the problem.
What? Jeez.
Oh, hello, Exor.
Yeah.
Okay, it's all of a sudden.
So, good
Okay.
news. Does one of your characters does have Geno World, right?
I think so.
Last on Mario.
I feel like that might have been Princess Peach that had it, though. I don't know.
Uh-oh. Well.
Just in case. Oh, there we go.
Hi, good. Alright, well, you gotta take down the eye first.
Oh, right, yeah.
Just gotta put a lid on it. Lash out freely. It'll be over
Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Mr. Punster.
Eye puns are great, they can be in more cornea.
I was gonna say, hey, considering I just had my lens replaced, touche on the eye jokes.
Yeah, some people complain they're often too lowbrow.
Yeah, well, I can see why they'd say that. Sorry, that was about the most obvious pun I could come up with.
Still works.
Yeah.
I risk the occasion to continue them.
Alright, well, have a good night, Jolteron. I think we'll be
Jolteron,
finishing up pretty
take care.
soon, because it's getting late for everybody.
Yep.
Sure enough it is.
Ooh, uh-oh. Might want to group hug on this one, because Bowser just got silenced.
Yeah.
Otherwise, he won't be able to do Whirl.
Hopefully you have enough FP left.
Oh, no.
That's
Uh-oh.
okay.
Oh,
I
ouch.
will.
Well, that's why you got syrups.
I'm gonna take out the other eye over here. Ew. Better do it again.
Oh, yeah, because he's asleep now. Good grief. Poor Bowser just can't get a break.
Now it's Bowser, so that's to be expected.
Yeah, fair.
I don't know what the timing is for that, actually.
Hey, you gotta hit it, like, right when it goes off screen.
Oh, so I was too early. Alrighty then. Wow.
Oh, no. Oh, again. FP's just screwing you over this time.
You know what normally cost 8?
No, that's randomized.
Yep, that's all.
Gunk ball. It's over grunk.
Oh, I was gonna say he's dead. Oh, yipes.
Yep. Attack of the Eye Booger.
Uh-oh. Oh, and now it goes. Oh, dear. It went from fine to oh crap in about 5 seconds.
Mega Man, she's gone from suck to blow.
Well.
Yay, 23 months. I can't believe it's been almost 2 years. Hope you're
Oh,
having a
Laura,
great summer so
23
far,
months.
Tim.
Hey, what's up, girl? Didn't realize you were in here. There, it's playing some Mario RPG random.
Something like an electric buzz more than a ding.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are in the presence of greatness.
Evening, Miss Laura.
Evening.
And I'm dead.
Yep.
Oh boy, didn't see that coming.
Pepperoni.
Yeah, if you hear the Dark Star after the Grand Palace arises, you're playing the wrong game.
Yes, so. Wow. I think I saved when I did.
Yeah, the only unfortunate thing about that is I think you have to redo everything with booster or with the booster minigame.
Ah, it's not such a big deal. But man, I'm gonna save that for later because I don't know if I'm ready for that yet. Unless I get the timing right on the thing,
Oh,
which
Super
I
Cheeky's
could.
being coy in chat.
Yeah, I was gonna say her puns are very fishy.
Yeah, well, wow, excuse moi.
Oh, yep.
That guess so.
It's curtains for you, Tim.
Yeah, right. I don't think so. I have nothing to hide.
Just have to avoid the quick draw. Which could be worse. They're not trying to drape themselves over you.
Also, luck for you.
And fish puns are great. You can always you can always take them to scale. And if you're good enough, if you can charge a fin for each one. Westerford, I can hear that scream.
Wow. Oh.
That one too. Everybody remember the password?
How about we just do this right here?
Actually, take that decoy pun and put it into the scene in Phantom Menace. This is a decoy. He holds up the fish.
Ah, so I could just done them either way.
Oh yeah,
That's
yeah.
I don't know about this.
I mean, excuse me. Well, I mean, the good news is now you know, I mean, as far as how to go about doing the XOR, the world bit. So as long as you can keep everybody up and able to take down that eye, you should be all right.
We'll take these Orphic Vipers.
Oh, 596 damage, my heavens.
Yeah, I terrorized him, so like I had a feeling something stupid like that would totally work.
Oh, another eye booger attack.
Yep. Oh, good. Hit Mario with that, so don't have to worry about Bowser being silenced.
Yeah.
Do you have to worry about him being asleep, though? Darn it.
Yeah.
Spoke too soon.
We jinxed it, darn it.
What What if I... Oh my god, what if I did this? Over grunk. Yeah, I really need one of you two to wake up. Bowser or Gino, one of you two. Or could I just maybe fix you up myself?
Now, Monk, I do a shark fin, but it'd just be semi-old.
Maybe you're here.
That's been half the fun of learning Japanese, is getting bilingual puns.
I'm just gonna try something here. That's very decent.
If our main character says it's time to tip the scales, we're playing the wrong game.
3 HP. Carnikiss. Ugh, so weird. So grody.
Arnicus sounds like the name of a Greek hero.
Run a bit.
Of course, we could probably only... oh shoot, I lost my train of thought. Oh, we can only offer lip service to him. Look, you'd always hear about the failed expedition of the Sahara Desert, but all I found was mackerel.
Well, actually, whatever. Got a freebie.
Hey, nice.
Nice.
And the eye went down perfect.
Yeah.
Battle's starting to pan out.
All these puns y'all are throwing around make me feel like a fish out of water.
Something better than shooting fish in a barrel.
There you go.
Hey, there you go.
Oh, that would have tied him over for a while.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Jeez.
He's really sunk now.
I thought it was really neat.
Please save, please save.
You know, I think you're right. So my other idea was, I just wanted to check and see.
At Western Fort, he really got the point.
Who else
Certainly
can
gave him the
use
shaft.
the super suit besides? Can more than one person use it? Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think 3 people can.
I have a goodie bag that I can sell for 524, which means I can get another one. Yeah. Put that shit on Gino. Motherfucking Gino all up in this bitch. I heard a
That's why that route wasn't opening up. Didn't save the ending.
I never put that on him. Alright, well, whatever. Jeez, that would have helped too when Exor put him to sleep earlier, but oh well. Can she use that? Oh well, doesn't matter. Okay, save. I think it's an animal. Think. I know this. A fellow named Toad something or other came by mumbling about music.
Oh, another raid!
Holy moly, Mr.
Raid number 8. My goodness.
Yeah.
And it's Dark/88 rating us, so fitting.
Yep,
Fitting as
raid
hell.
number 8 tonight. So, we have 6 at
Stay the night? Sure, why not? Yeah, a lot of new raiders I hadn't seen before. That's cool, dude. I'll show you my countermeasures then. Here they go.
Yes, you did. Can't wait.
What?
Burgle cunt, don't leave me alone with these two. We ain't found
the toilet.
Why is he on the toilet?
I'm going to throw my shit at you.
What?
So, I've seen this countermeasure enough that even though I have the volume muted, I'm sitting here hearing it in my brain.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, you can totally. After a while, it's like images you can see or hear or whatever. Yo, thank you for the raid, Dark Slash. Yeah, it's going good. It's like the 3rd or 4th seed of this I've tried. And I was about to stop, but since y'all just tuning in, I reckon I could do 1 or 2 more things. I could give Star Road a once over just to make sure there's not a star there. Or I could check in at Marymore. Fight the cake probably wouldn't take too long either. Ah, well.
We'll finally get Mallow.
Yep.
Yeah, poor Mallow.
That begs the
Poor old
question,
Mallow.
what do Geno, Bowser, and Mario's crying animations look like?
I don't think they cry.
Yeah. Thank you.
I could be wrong, but...
Oh, wow.
Oh, hey! What's up, Croco?
Croco! Let's see. Jingle bean. That was actually pretty good. Well, it's super suit, yeah.
Alternating dangly shoes, okay.
Ah, okay, fair enough.
That was a group hug. Skills are randomized.
Chomp. That didn't look like a chomp. That's a Goomba, dude. Wow.
Good lord, 600 damage, wow.
Terrorize is pretty useful, actually, come to think of it. To get them scared, their defense goes down, and you hit them with something like that. It's like, god damn, dude. It's my new strat. For destroying bosses. Bowser learns therapy. It's about time. No, I'm just kidding.
I was gonna say, yeah, he may need it.
He's been suffering enough. He's definitely getting good at it.
Boy, everybody here is just leveling up.
Yeah, the good news on that battle is it's generally pretty easy.
Yeah. I can't believe I did that so fast. I probably would have had a bunch of stuff there. I don't know, maybe not. Maybe not. Tried to play the piano.
Now, if you need to play the piano to open a secret door, you're playing the wrong game.
Yeah, I'm afraid so.
It could be the piano, it could be an organ, could be a harp.
Could be a harmonica. This is the funeral Mario. Oh, that's done
Go
there.
ahead, use the forbidden machina. You know what that means? Happy Festival fireworks.
Happy Festival fireworks, yeah?
Wait a minute, they're mad they lost the tournament. Oh, hi there, Johnny.
Oh, so he decided to jump out of the sea a little early then.
Yep, he's being an actual pirate.
Arr.
Arr.
I love that. Even though everybody else in town is captive, Frog Coin Guy's just like, sup?
Chilling,
yep.
Yeah.
Johnny's full name is Jonathan Jones, actually.
Mm-hmm.
No relation to Davy Jones.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, not that much here, to be honest. I guess
Yeah.
there's this for Mallow, but...
Yeah, it's probably better to save your frog coins for the shop in Tadpole Pond.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna find my stuff in here. I'm gonna go ahead and check out this fight over here and just see what's here.
Alright, finally unlock that final round.
For that. Sir Orin is now bed too, is he? Alright, let's do it. Yeah, look at that. I love it. I love it, I love it. Trying to pierce, huh?
Yeah, Monk, Zidane is in the PS4 one. I think he's the only FF9 rep, though. Put that... Yeah, my PS4 copy is in the other room. Oh, that begs a good question. Okay, we still have a few more weeks before our a PS2 Fortune Street Matches go public on YouTube. Thunder Plains and Gold Saucer, those are great games.
Mm-hmm. Maybe I should start getting rid of the smaller ones. They're getting nasty on me here.
Monk, we did one of normal and one of sphere. Those are our first games.
Alright, that's fine. Let's do that over, but this time... Alright, one more shot at this. If I lose this, it's... Just stop for the night. Otherwise, if I win, we'll save and then stop for the night. I've never thought of this attack as useful before, but I do it to you so often.
Yeah, I gotta be honest, I didn't either. So, I might have to employ that in my own future plays.
That is nice with the randomizer, you get to use things you normally don't.
And let's go ahead and do that. Yeah. Woo, baby.
Going back once again to Secret of Mana, on that one seed, there were at least half a dozen snakes, and even with the best gear and being in the 40s, each hit was doing about 200 damage to all my parties. So made good use of Defender and Moon Energy.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Yeah, never found Sylphid in that seed either, so wasn't able to spam magic with the sprite.
Here we go. It's much better.
Yeah, that'll definitely help.
Jargus Gaming for 35 months, dude. Thank you so much. Hanging tough. Anybody remember that song?
Yep.
That song was huge back in the day, I'll tell you what.
Yep. New Kids on the Block.
That was the one. And, yeah, this is getting a little dangerous.
Also, yes, that is a Smithy Phase 1 playing, because one of the flags that's turned on this randomizer set is the music being randomized. Oh,
well,
no.
I'll do as I said and stop for the night. Okay.
Yeah, try again on the weekend.
I definitely will. Gino makes the killer weird healer for sure. Everybody's still naked. Mario staring into my soul. Mario death. Burn Mallow. Oh my gosh. Where's my super suit? Attack the eye booger.
Pink toilet paper. That'll get me super clean.
Yo, Antelope 36 months. Congrats on the pink TV.
Yeah, and well, thank you for having us, Tim.
Oh,
again.
Yeah. Anytime.
And chat, thank y'all for putting up with us talking about stonks and all other sorts of things outside of the game.
Got that right. Put this over here. Save my state.
Yeah, no problem. It's actually my first official action as mod, I suppose. So, go me, I guess.
Yeah.
But yeah, have a good night, everybody.
Wow, my windows are trying to freeze on me here.
Uh-oh. Yeah, Westerford, we're definitely going to see about getting that Chrono Trigger race together. We'll just have to figure out when and how and et cetera, et cetera.
Probably earliest would be next Saturday or next weekend.
Trying to look at my list here.
Well, speaking of songs, Yosh is doing Fortune Street. So Kyon is doing Battle Kid 2, never heard of it.
Battle Kid 2.
Here's doing Mutual Retro. I think those are all mutuals.
Sounds about right. Middleman, Shiny Hunt. Ugh. Scary. Freudian flips. I think we're gonna raid this guy right here, actually. Because I almost never do. And he's really cool. And I found out about him through John, but Mr. Scoot.
And
hashtag will be not sure actually. This was a regular old fried mushroom heads, I guess. Fried mushroom heads. Coming soon to a theater near you. Have a lovely night, everybody. See you next time.
Bye, guys.
Have a good night, everyone.
Yow. Oops, I lost track of me. There it is.
I proved that raid alert.
I have ranch. Fuck.
Alright, I should have been in bed like 20 minutes ago. So I better get
Hello,
going.
everybody from Nintendo.
Yeah,
Caprisun.
same.
How you doing, buddy?
Have a good
to
night.
see you. I don't know if you still lurked or not. I love you. Hi, everybody. Hi, my name is Mr. Scoot. We're playing.
Yeah, this is a bad thing
Yeah,
about
it's
having
sweet.
Twitch popped out like
This
this.
is a physical pinball cabinet,
Is
but it's
I
virtual.
have
It's
no
a-
idea.
whatever, you know what I'm talking about. Hi. Drinking, we're having a good
Oh,
time. I
shoot,
hope you're
no,
having
I
a
don't
good
want
time. I
that.
hope your night was fantastic. Stick around. You could shoot the shit with me. You want to talk about nonsense? It's a great place to be. It's a great place to be. Hello,
Oh, there.
Jack of all
What?
gamer.
Oh, well, okay, fine. Never
Games
mind.
RNG, there it is. Sorry.
Being weird. But yeah, I'm gonna jet too because I am exhausted. I wasn't commentating very much that last little bit because I was tired.
Oh yeah. Oh, I forget you got
Follow the Blair with a blast plate for a flower.
Yeah, no problem. I didn't expect it to become a complete mod party, but it worked out pretty well.
Sold out by the
Guess
time
so.
I wanted to. Get it.
Yeah. Well, take care and see you maybe tomorrow night.
Rinku, how you doing?
Yeah, I'll have to see if I got something else going on, but yeah, I'll make it if I can.
NintendoCapriSun. If you do not know NintendoCapriSun,
All right, good night.
See ya.
the founding members of the Runaway Guys on YouTube. Legendary trio of wonderful Let's Players, along with Kaja John and Chugga Conroy. They make up the Runaway Guys. Go get in there. Also, Nintendo Capri-Sun does Let's Plays of his own. You can follow his YouTube as well. Please go give a follow to our good friend Nintendo Capri-Sun. Words! Fuck! Thank you for that. I am